And we are live! Hi, everybody. V, good to see, glad to have you. Emmett, good to see, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see, glad to have you. Sad news, my plans I had for yours died today. Oh, I'm sorry, Emmett. Okay, so who's ready to, get through, Route C? If everyone remembers, what happened yesterday, it's been a bit of a wild ride. Okay. We gotta get to the desert. Sagittarius, good to see you, glad to have you. Have we had any Emil bombs? If you mean the Emil side quest, yes, we did the Emil side quest yesterday. Tam, good to see, glad to have you. Hey, finally notified me of these. Howdy, howdy. Don't forget that if you sign up for the notification setting on the Discord, it'll alert you. If you're not on the Discord, though, yeah, you basically just have to ring the bell, and that's about the only thing you can really do on YouTube. And still, sometimes it won't be perfect. I mean, like, Emil randomly zooming by during the otherwise emotional moments. No, I haven't had any particularly more of those, no. Yeah, reminder, no spoilers for Nier 414. We can assess 14 MSQ content, Stormblood. Other than that, if you want to spoil it, don't spoil it for you. Yes, we can talk around Endwalker and Shadowbringer stuff, though, if people have specific things. I'm in the Discord, but something muted, but also I have the bell active. It doesn't always notify me. Yeah, YouTube's just like that, sadly. So the pod told us that we, basically, A2 was like, I just want to kill machines. Stop talking to me. And the pod was like, okay, if you want to kill machines, go here to do it. And she's like, fine. So A2 has access to 2B's pod. So one of the other things that's different about A2 versus 2B is that she has Berserk mode. So you're constantly taking damage, but you're way stronger. And then when you go out of it, you're weak for a second.
So much for Goliath class. That was over before it started.
Negative. Enemy machines remain in the area.
Uh-oh. Oh boy.
What the hell is that?
It appears to be a machine life form that has adapted to the desert environment. Proposal: destroy the enemy machine.
Yeah, that's real helpful. He's tough. Time to bust out B mode.
Alert. The use of B mode to increase nuclear fusion output carries unacceptable levels of risk. Any offensive boost is offset by lower defense and increased maintenance costs. The feature was removed from newer models for this reason.
Guess it's too bad I'm not a newer model.
A2 was one of the very first models. She was basically the prototype that 2B and all the other models are based off of.
Attacker models such as the Yorha A2 are not equipped with ranged weaponry. Proposal: Unit A2 should take advantage of her support pod which is equipped with helpful long-range attack features.
Don't patronize me.
I love Pod. Last one. Gotcha.
Alert. Oncoming EMP attack detected. Escape recommended.
Where am I?
The EMP attack appears to have caused hacking damage to Unit A2's memory modules.
So this is my memory area. But why are you here?
Support units are required to monitor our target's internal systems in case of breakdown.
Next time, ask me before you go poking around in my head.
Tracy, good to see you. Glad to have you.
What's all this about?
The hacking has caused the enemy's memories to merge with your own.
Normally you'd be called, but we'll be calling you 2B. Continue to observe the situation and dispatch them.
So that's basically
This
the
is a
implied
fragment of
reveal.
Unit 2B's memory data. It is an order she received from the Yorha commander when she was still alive.
So if you remember me explaining that 2B was actually 2E, that's what you normally you'd be called 2E, but we'll be calling you 2B for the time being. Because she was an execution unit. And because A2 has her sword, she has access to her memories.
We're all here. We're supposed to be here. Thank you. Giving meaning to my life. Enough.
Memory data recognized as belonging to Yorha Unit A2 herself.
Shut up and get out of my head already.
I wonder if they're going to include that in the anime. If they're going to include A2's back. Because I think it's one of the major oversights of the game is that A2's backstory is really only conveyed in a stage play that was created in Japan.
You and I are the same. We have no one to help us. We can only cry and scream.
Shut up!
Just shut up.
Not Broadway style, more like community theater. Actually, that's a really good way to put it. So let me catch up on you guys a second that we have a moment where no one's talking.
Pod 153, commencing data sharing.
Okay, let me catch up on you guys real quick. I'm in the Discord for something muted. I haven't had a chance to any of these. What endings have we done so far? We've done A and B. We are on Route C, and the way that the game works is it's really not. It's not ending A, really. I mean, it is ending A, but it's Route A. Then you play through that as 2B. Then you play through Route B as 9S. And that's the same story, but from two different perspectives. Then you go through Route C and D. Route C and D are really one route that in their last 5 minutes branch. God, why have I been having so much clear in my throat lately? So really, you just have two halves of the story, frankly. There's the first half and the second half, but you play through the first half 2 times. The second half is played through as both, you're playing through it co-synchronously with, A2 and 9S are playing the same events at the same time, but it's not like a different route exactly. And then that's basically the story. And then once you do all those, you get at ending E, which is the true ending. All the other endings are joke endings. Late to the party. No worries, Tracy. Oh, right, Emma, so sorry about your plant. Yeah, sorry, Emma, about your plant. That sucks, man. Love A2 so much. She's a real star of the game, in my opinion. You know, I think the thing is she'd be more of a star if her background was better conveyed to the player. If it was the first time I kept alive for so long, too, I guess the winter was too much for her, even if being indoors. I'm sorry, man. It has been a hard winter, yeah. Deathberry, good to see you. Glad to have you. Have a great day. Just popping in to say hi. It's good to see you, man. Pod, a.k.a. how can a monotone sound sarcastic? Well, and not even just sarcastic, but have a lot of personality. Informed consent is important. Do you do... Oh, Shadowzak, thank you. Good to see you. Glad to have you. Thank you so much. I died so much during the raid in Final Fantasy. Well, hey, we can always improve. Thanks for the $15, man. Much appreciated. So do you think the use of the term ending is intentionally misleading for the audience? No, it's more a legacy byproduct of earlier game of Nier as well, and partly because you only play through the game as Nier, and you play through it in multiple ways and have multiple contextualizations, so they are endings. And in this, they are endings, but it's the route changes in order to get the ending. So I just don't think it's very clear, but by the same token, I don't think it's actually meant to be obfuscating. I think it's just a weird way of describing it. There's a Nier state play like Broadway style. No, not Broadway style, more like community theater. That's completely accurate. It is more like community theater. There's a lot of small budget production stuff that happens in Japan a lot of time, especially in Tokyo. And so you can watch it online, but it definitely feels like community theater. Not in a bad way, just it's low budget. But the actual stage play is online. Need to replay this. Yeah, Cal, I know you played it. You should play through it. Also, the term ending isn't misleading if you're familiar with the other Dragon Nier games. Yeah. It's not intended to be misleading at the very least. But if you've only played Automata, like, the thing is that it's been abstracted out enough that they can't assume that familiarity, but that familiarity is kind of required for it to make sense, which is kind of a running problem with certain aspects of Automata. Also, A2's backstory in the light novel short story long may be easier to find. Yes, that also works. But it's also a few stories together in the novel, yeah. But all this to say that the fact that you have to go outside the game in order to find it is a problem, right? Nice. Best ending is ending F, or was it ending H for Herring? I don't... My best ending is ending E. That or the one where you unequip a certain item. Yeah, we did the unequip the OS. Yeah, already. Calling it endings both makes sense and needs a huge disclaimer so people don't think they're done after ending A. Yeah.
Affirmative. Launching compressed conversation mode.
So they're switching into, like, computer language in order to communicate faster. Which is actually, this is a real thing. If you've never, they had, what was it? Basically an AI talking to itself, like, but the thing is it started talking in nonsense because it found a way to communicate using, like, English, but in nonsense words that was faster than communicating in normal English. It's very, very,
compressed conversation mode complete. Affirmative. Awaiting report on the effects of Unit 2B's memory data on Unit A2's self-consciousness.
Understood. Updating as reference data for support activity.
So the 2B's memories lingering are having a slight effect on A2, or at least their aspects of her are lingering around. Okay, guys, do we want to continue on with A2's story and just do all of that, or do we want to switch over to 9S's story within Route C? I'll let you guys pick. Makes sense around endings. Just for me, it threw me off having too much knowledge of tropes and meta. I was just wondering if it was meant to be a misdirect or not. Yeah, no, it's very much. I don't think it's meant to be. I think it's just nomenclature that makes sense within the confines of what it's trying to do, but but from like a general convention standpoint is confusing. Yeah, I don't think it's meant to be an obfuscation. Freaking love the bots. Yeah, the bots are great. I wish I could do more compressed conversation mode. Yeah. Baphomet, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm also not familiar with the previous games at all. Yeah, so just to go over what we were talking about with Nier when we talked about that real quick while I let you guys pick, which we do. Drakengard had, like, you played through the game and slight differences gave you different endings because you would have different companions with you and it would give you different endings. So it made sense that they were, like, different endings. And then Automata is a successor to Drakengard's ending E, so it was usurping that idea, and so it had different endings because you were always playing as Nier, and the different things you did got you further into the different endings, and one of its ending is the canonical ending, right? So it made sense to be called endings. But then you get into Nier, and the problem is you have multiple character perspectives, and it's actually a contiguous story. It's not you're going all the way up to the end and going back, because Route C is actually a big reveal, is that Route C is not, because your expectation is we're going to play through the same events as A2 now. No, you're playing what happens next. And so that's why they're called, like, we'll call them Route A, Route B, Route C, rather than just ending, which contain ending A, ending B, ending C, you know? Okay, people want to switch to 9S, we'll do that then. Nope. Oh, fuck. I think I actually just clicked on A2. I'm sorry, guys. I've only ever played Drakengard 1 if I recall, but only rented it. Vote 9 as swap. Okay. It appears that A2's memory region is combined with 2B's data. Currently monitoring progress to analyze effect. I clicked it with my mouse by accident because I was trying to get it to, like, the monitor needed to switch. Hold pods, to analyze effect. Hold pod 042. Issue detected in your conversational functionality. Numerous machines' life forms whose networks functions were destroyed and remain out of control. Please take caution. Pod 042, affirmative. So even though, like, 9S and A2 aren't working together and they're against each other right now,
Good morning, A2.
What
the pods are still talking to each other.
Yorha Unit A2 was restarted 5 minutes and 42 seconds ago. The cause was excessive strain due to battle against a large machine lifeform.
All this goddamn sand is starting to piss me off.
Alert. Fuel filter performance deteriorating. Fine particulate matter seems to have entered the filter while fighting in the desert. Proposal. Replace the faulty part immediately.
You make it sound so easy.
Records indicate said part was once used at the resistance camp.
The resistance camp.
We'll try to get through our part really fast. But what about 2P, huh? Well, 2P is specific to Nier Automata, and 2P is really more has to do with N2, frankly. And so we're gonna get to that in this route and what's going. We won't get to 2P because 2P is only in Dark Apocalypse, but yeah, I've done that before, but I hit the wrong option. Yeah. Okay, the cannon palette swap for Soul Calibur 4. Is that true? Or Soul Calibur, isn't she in Soul Calibur 6? I don't think it was 4. Because 4 was like Darth Vader and Yoda, wasn't it? It was the big, Look how far she can dash. You're basically just like soaring at that point. Oh, Pascal.
Are those machines fighting each other?
Thank you so much for saving me.
Moose! The moose is gonna kill Pascal.
You're a machine too.
Wait, please. I have no intention of harming you. My name is Pascal, and while it's true that I am a machine life form, I also detest fighting of any kind.
Uh-huh. And machines don't have souls. They're just murder bots with a fancy name. They killed so many of us. And I swore to make them pay.
I see.
Okay,
If
as you
that
make
will save
edgelord.
your soul, then so be it. You aren't going to kill me?
Just shut up and leave before I change my mind.
You... No. Never mind. You have my thanks.
I wonder if you get another ending if you destroy Pascal. The other thing, So, like, that's also implied that, like, 2B, her having 2B's weapon and, like, 2B's memories and stuff affecting her is why she let Pascal live there. Okay, Anakin. Yeah, exactly, Des. Des, good to see you. Glad to have you. Sand, it's rough, it's coarse, and it gets everywhere. I mean, literally, that's the problem right now. Like, our current problem is that Sand was coarse and rough, and it got all up in her. This talk about faulty parts sounds like BS to get A2 to get to the resistance camp. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, especially going into berserk mode, like, she wears herself out. So close to ending P. Yeah. Now I feel at home. Number 2, you're still alive. So an enemy knew A2. Sorry I haven't been in touch, Anemone. You survived. That's all that matters. Anemone is also in the, like, short story / the stage play. Though I fear that all of your fighting companions are long gone. I had to kill number 21 with my own hands. I'm sorry. No, it's... Oh, that's right. Did you know there was a Yorha member here named 2B that looked just like you? She's dead. What? 2B is dead. I killed her. She was infected with the logic virus. Oh. Well, please make yourself at home in our camp. I'll have someone show you a Not necessary. Her memories are contained in this sword. I see. You can go ahead and use your old room then. I'm in charge of the camp here, and I'll make sure to tell everyone about you. One thing I want to do real quick. Okay. Hey, Anemone, I got a question for you. Any chance you could spare a fuel filter? A fuel filter? I'm afraid our supply recently ran out. Pascal makes them for us, so you could go pick one directly up from them if you'd like. Pascal? You know him? You trade with the enemy? His village is different. They've never caused us any harm. No way, forget it. This may be hard to understand, but we forge an alliance and trade materials when the need arises. We can't be picky about how we reach our goals around here. And besides, we aren't so far gone that we kill machine life forms after they surrender.
Alert.
Can we teleport?
A broken filter will cause significant problems with fuel distribution. Proposal. Replace the faulty part immediately.
Yeah, I know.
Coordinates confirmed for a colony centered around the machine life form known as Pascal. Location marked on map.
You don't know when to shut up, do you?
Fun. Yeah, I did miss that. Ryan, honestly, is there an ending somewhere? There probably is. Yeah, honestly, you're not wrong. When did A2 get a haircut, or can she just control her hair? She cut it off when she stabbed 2B. When she killed 2B right afterwards. And it's not. I don't think it's explained particularly why, but it's kind of implied in my mind that it's about her carrying 2B's legacy and having her sword. It was kind of easy to miss, but when A2 killed 2B, she got her hair with 2B's sword. Yeah. There's some data in the game that tells you at least part of the story about A2 and enemy. Yes, they do convey some of it if you go and read all the little text logs. And this is also why I super recommend reading all of them. We don't have the time to do it, but it's worth it. They'd also explain Project Gestalt and a lot of things that happen in Nier. So, like, it's not that there's no information about it in the game, but, like, you know. I hope, Ryan, you're feeling better. Yeah, thanks. I've been doing for 6 hours last night, so I'm feeling better. Good. I'm glad you got some sleep, man. I wish you could go back and read all the stuff in game, but, well, you can, yeah. Well, Tam, just so you know, it's all on the wiki. So you could just go to the wiki and read it.
Machines everywhere.
Analysis. This is a colony of pacifistic machine life forms led by the unit known as Pascal. It is logical for a large number of machine life forms to be present. This pod has concerns regarding Yorha Unit A2's predictive skills.
I'd be more
concerned
Yukio,
about me
smashing your face if I were you.
Yukio, we just spent a bunch of time talking about it. Good to see you. Glad to have you, by the way. Ah, it's the woman from before. Thank you again for rescuing me. Now then, how can I help you? Summary. Your Unit A2 possesses a faulty fuel filter. She has obtained information from an enemy, leader of the resistance camp. She has traveled to the village in order to obtain a new filter. End summary. Request 1 functional filter. Do you really need to spell it out like that? Analysis. A2's lack of verbal communication made this pod's assistance necessary. Shut up. Ah, I see. Sadly, I'm a bit short on materials right now. I need rigid tree bark to create a filter, but the only location I know of is guarded by ferocious machine life forms. I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't make a filter at the moment. Confirmation. Unit A2 will secure and deliver rigid tree bark. Don't confirm that by yourself.
Areas where rigid tree bark is available marked on map.
God damn it.
Analysis. Hostility toward the peaceful machine life form Pascal is pointless from an energy usage standpoint. Proposal. Form a friendly relationship immediately.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, that leads back to, I'm gonna go the other way. But yeah, like, I mean, like, honestly, this is the whole conversation you could have about Transmedia continues on with talking about, like, the problem of not having the whole of your story within your story, right? Like, and I think that there is a strength to be had in having multiple stories that interweave with each other. Like, I think you can tell tales that way, and can be a strength. But the thing is, if you're gonna do that, you need to make sure that here's 1 second. Upgrade. What do I need? Warp wire. Okay. Let's be honest. It's a surprise to anyone that A2 is my favorite character in the game. Finds his sidelong at Sadu. Well, I mean, yeah, if you like the intense, like, grumpy asshole character, then yeah, who's a battle sexual, then it makes sense. But the thing is that, like, Yorha Dark Apocalypse is a good example, right? Where shouldn't this shortcut be open? If you haven't played Nier, Yorha Dark Apocalypse doesn't really make sense. I mean, like, in the loosest of ways it does. I'm so confused, but I'm just gonna go ahead and teleport there. Join our YouTube channel by becoming a member for a low, low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and warm, fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. And yeah, so, like, transmedia is a problem in modern era. It's, like, not a thing that you really had to worry about. It used to be a thing you didn't have to worry about. But, like, transmedia can be wonderful or can be terrible. And when it's terrible is, hey, does this character motivation and their narrative make no sense because I don't understand the context under what they're how they're acting, and the story is assuming that I have this information? Like, it's about balance. I mean, like, a good example of transmedia, right, is the short stories with 14. Is you have short stories that give you lovely little pieces of contextualization or, like, further a character's story, or not even story really, but just, like, let you into their interiority a little bit in a way that 14 can't do. And then, but everything about the MSQ makes sense without having done it, read them, right? Like, a lot of you guys haven't read the short stories, and you still can make heads and tails of what's going on and why characters are acting a certain way. You know, like the Gosetsu story we read gave us a little lovely tale about Gosetsu. But imagine if, what's a good example? Imagine if, Heaven's Word, what's a good example of it? Imagine if, like, the entirety of the Ascian's backstory was not in the MSQ and was only in short stories, right? Or imagine if the explanation for the Exarch's background, not like just like some like the specific details, because you do get a little bit of those in a short story, but imagine if like the like everything that's conveyed in Shadowbringers was instead only conveyed in short stories, and instead the Exarch was just and imagine if like the Crystal Tower, imagine if the Crystal Tower was a short story, right? Instead of being an alliance raid, and then you played Shadowbringers. Like, and if someone told you like, oh, hey, this emotional moment happens in Shadowbringers, and it's like, but it didn't really land for me because I don't understand what the frick happened. Which, I mean, some people don't because they don't play Crystal Towers, now you have to. But like, if your response is, oh, well, you just have to go read this short story, it's like, no, the story needed to tell itself within the confines of itself. You know? And I just remember the first time I played with A2, I was just like waiting for the point at which I understood her backstory more, and it never really came. And yes, again, there is a little information you can read about it in the data chips, but part of the thing is also you're not directed towards that to better understand her backstory particularly. And so you just get these hints and evocation towards it, which, here's the thing, if you want to hint and be evocative about that, and that's like and you just never actually reveal the details, that's one thing, right? But to have the details and to expect you to know the details, but to convey them through other pieces of other media, that's, in my opinion, not a good thing, you know? Unless you buy a book outside the game, that would be terrible. Yeah. And I don't think, like, I don't want to lambaste anyone, because, like, a lot of things have done this. Like, this is West, East, you know, different MMOs, different single-player games. But, like, you know, the easy examples come to things like, to me, and it's not like Square Enix is not guilty of this. I mean, like, I'm talking about this with Nier, but also 15 is particularly bad about it. Holy crap-a-moly. Yeah, these maps are really pretty. Tam, it sounded like how I felt when I started playing WoW again after Battle of Azeroth. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that's what Tam's hearkening to. You know, I don't want to be upbeat on WoW too bad, but yeah, WoW is not great about it. So remember, she's the one who murdered their king, too. She kind of took away their reason for living. I mean, does anyone here disagree? Does anyone have like a defense of Transmedia that I'm missing here? And I know I should say defense of Transmedia because I think Transmedia can be a strength. I just think if used poorly, it's a much bigger detractor than it is a strength. Than it is like, I think it can be a boon, but Pascal's village. Yeah, it's a very neat view. Yeah, I was being not quite obtuse about it. Yeah, never thought I was missing anything of A2 story without looking outside the game. But like, did you not feel like you were like, okay, what's her shtick? Like, what's going on with her? You know? How do you feel about Marvel Cinematic Universe, especially as they added more TV shows that tie the movies, or not the same? No, I think you could. So it's not transmedia in a sense, I guess, because it's all. Well, I mean, I guess do you consider a show and a movie a different form of transmedia? That might be fair. I think it's slightly different. I think there's still very similar criticisms. What I would say about Marvel, right? What I would say about them is, I think they've succeeded and failed in greater and lesser respects. I think the trick there is that when the story works standalone and then knowing other things makes you enjoy it more, that's good. But the other thing I would say is, so for instance, if you watch Thor Ragnarok and you're like, and you haven't watched the other Thors and you're like, well, one, I think that film kind of still works on its own. You like, you understand the relationship, you understand who Thor is effectively, you understand the relationship between him and Loki, you understand these things, right? But more than that, it is the third film in a within three films. So like, the expectation for you to have watched the prior two, in my mind, is different, because if you choose to watch Return of the King and not watch Fellowship and Two Towers, like, it wasn't a failure on their part to create construct something that was in a linear order. I think you could say something similar about like the Avengers movies, but I would say like, hey, even if you don't watch the other films, if you watch the first Avengers and then you watch Age of Ultron and then you watch Endgame, or Infinity War and Endgame, you might be a little confused because you like, there would be some things like you would want to watch like Spider-Man stuff. But for the most part, everyone's fundamental relationship with each other is conveyed meaningfully. But I think there's other times where it's like, okay, right now it's getting to the point where it's bad. Like in with Marvel, where it's like, okay, not only do I have to have watched Loki to understand who Kang is, but what's going on with this and why is that an Ant-Man? Like now it's to a point where I think it's not a strength, and I also think the stories don't particularly stand well on their own a lot of the time.
Here's your stuff.
Sometimes they do. I think it's all over the place right now.
I'll make a filter right away. Please just give me one moment.
I was curious about.
fly.
I also have response. Sam. So here's what the thing.
Machine life form Pascal has returned.
A2, can I help you with something? You gave me that filter for free earlier. I need to pay you back. It would bother me otherwise. How conscientious of you. Yeah, so if you think of something, let me know. I do have a bit of problem now that you mention it. A ferocious machine has been attacking our children in the area where they play. Could I possibly trouble you to slay it for us? I do hope you'll agree. We don't really have anyone else to ask. Thank you so much. I promise to repay you for the trouble. So the thing is, I'm with you, Tam. I like leaving blanks. I think my problem is that the game doesn't leave it a blank, right? If it like was constructed assuming that it was never going to answer the question about what A2 was and leave it like a kind of open-ended question, I'd be down for it. But like there are explicit answers, and is a stage play and short stories, you know? And the other thing is that the structure of the narrative so far has been to convey people's pasts and to convey not people's past, that's not really correct, but to convey where's the ladder if we're going down? I always get yeah, I just went here. Okay, the village is the one place I ever get lost in. Sorry, give me one quick second to find this. And part of it is like the map doesn't do me a lot of favors because you can't look at the XYZ. No, because that takes me back to the theme park. Yeah, I took that already. That's the red. And that takes me to Jean Paul. How the frick-a-frack do I get down? And that takes me right back to the start point. Oh, that's because it's right here. I'm a dumbass.
Hostile machine life forms detected.
Hey, Machine Corp. I mean, like, because I like open end. I like things to not be always super explained, but I don't think the structure of this story lends well to that for A2 specifically, when it also has the answers within the game and not within the game completely and elsewhere specifically, you know? We heard you defeat the nasty creature. Thank you so much. Here's your reward. Please take it. I built this village because I test fighting. I wanted to stand as a monument to the power of peace. But when we surrendered our weapons, we lost the ability to defend ourselves. Now many within the village want us to rearm and vanquish nearby enemies in order to preserve our peace. What do you think we should do, A2? Dunno. That's for you to decide. Yes, I suppose so. But let your villager friends know. If anyone tries to attack me, I'll wipe this place clean off the map. I will make a firm note of it. I love Pascal. A2? If you like, you're welcome to take a look around our village. It'd be nice for you to know more about us. Sure, if I feel like it. Sis! Hey, big sis! Huh? Come on, big sis, play with us! I don't play with machines, now get lost. Come on, I want to play with you! I'm an android, weirdo. I'm your enemy. So do what I say before I kick your sorry ass. You're funny. That's not supposed to make you happy. Big sis, make us something to play on, big sis? What? No. But we need something to play on. Yeah, it's boring right now. Seriously? They sell stuff in the tool shop, so go buy us something. Yeah, buy us something for us. All right, just quit bugging me already. Yay, we did it! Welcome. You're looking for play equipment for the children. I'm afraid we don't have anything like that in stock at the moment. However, I'm sure I could build something with proper materials. Tell you what, here's a list of what I need. Bring me those materials and I can get to work. Everyone around here is weirdly pushy. Don't be absurd, we are not. Fine, I'll do it. You just bug me about everything, every waking minute of my life otherwise. An excellent choice. You should be able to find what you need at the amusement park. Oh, hell, that's forever from here. Safe travels! This is going to suck. Do I need to go up? Oh, I see it. Go up. Okay. I think Transmedia can be cool if you know that going in, they're expecting it to be a really immersive experience and everyone is able to access everything without a bunch of hurdles. Yeah, I guess, like, the thing, though, is that, like, even just being different forms of media it can be a hurdle in itself, you know? It would have to be a really specific sort of thing for me to enjoy, though. Usually I'd rather not dig in like that and consume various types of media. I'd say Star Wars is beginning to go down that path, too. But the thing is, I don't think Star Wars is going down that path any more than it's always been down that path. Really, frankly. Because the thing is that, like, the expanded universe has always been like that. It's been like that since the 80s. Like, it's because, you know, if you watch Mandalorian, the fundamental, like, narrative of the Mandalorian works, whether you understand the broader, like all the extended universe stuff. But it's like, knowing it just can increase your enjoyment of it, and like there's a fucking crap ton of Easter eggs. I'm like, not to go to bat for it, like there's a lot of like parts of new Star Wars I love and lots of parts of new Star Wars that I'm not a big fan of. So, but like I don't think that that's any more true than it's ever been, you know? The MCU now mimics the state of the comics themselves. Mission accomplished. Yeah, no, actually, V, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think current MCU is a lot like the comics, which is a wild mess that sometimes has amazing stories and a lot of times has like a lot of garbage that feels very not grounded. Like to me, like I always loved the fact that original early MCU was based off of the Ultimates, right? Which was trying to be a little more grounded, a little more consistent. And now they just kind of feel like the comics, which is, for some people, maybe a great thing. For me, is not what I wanted out of it. Like, I wouldn't have minded if her backstory was never explained because I understand who she is as a character regardless of her backstory. I think that's fair. I think you can understand A2's general temperament and the sort of person she is without having to know more. That's not wrong. Star Trek 2, yeah. Okay, that part I understand the annoyance with. A2. Yeah, we built an assault combat unit into helping us. Bully to concept. Yeah. Laughs and read most of the EU stuff growing up. Yeah. Like, here's the other thing I'll say. For anyone who has any kind of umbrage with current Star Wars EU, my friends, it's so much better now than it was when we were kids. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of great stuff that existed in old, like, canon, like in Legends. But, like, there was so much crap and so many things that didn't work or didn't line up or didn't make any sense. I really respect Pascal, you know. I mean, he's the one who thought to build this village for us outcasts. I really need to show him how thankful I am. If only there was some way to thank him. Some way. Yeah, I can take a hint. No hint, I just want to show Pascal how appreciated he is. Anyways, I was thinking he might like a new philosophy book. I hear they have such things over in the Resistance camp. All right, I'll get your book. I owe that little clunker a favor or two anyways. No, that's wonderful. Apparently someone named Anemone has a large collection of such books, so you just need to go and steal one. Yeah, no, I think there's a better way. And you know what I'll also say, I think, Tam, that's in your defense too somewhat, is like, if you do every side quest in the game, a lot of A2 is much clearer as well. So the thing is that, and that's fair, I think it's fair to say, hey, if you play all the side quests in this game, you're gonna have a lot better contextualization and a stronger sense of the characters. I think that's fair. I think you can expect someone to play all the things within a game to increase their narrative appreciation. Like, because then you're just asking them to engage with one thing, you know? Question, will there be more story times at the Tea Tree? There can be. I mean, if people want that. I mean, the other thing is we do usually... So it's Friday. Maybe we'll do this after stream if the stream doesn't go long. But usually we have book club on Fridays. But because we've been doing streams, it's been a weird week. But yeah, we can definitely do more book club. Especially the Wrath Squadron books. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely did all the side quests. Yeah. See, and that I think that definitely will color like whether or not you feel like you understand A2 as a character. Even just doing all the side quests makes a huge difference. Which is in the game's defense, in my opinion. Pascal wants a book on philosophy? Well, as it happens, I just finished this one the other day. You're welcome to take it if you like. Thanks. Could you give him the gold ore as well? He's been asking about this for a while, and I finally managed to get my hands on some. Alright. It seems odd that a machine lifeform would be into philosophy, don't you think? It makes me wonder how much we really know about our enemy. I wonder. Oh, hey, these guys. Welcome back. You need anything? So Devola, again, what the fuck are Devola and Popula doing here? Remember them from Nier Automata? And also, didn't they die? Evasive system. Time slows when you near enemy projectiles. Continuous combo. Ooh, like that. Bullet detonation. Auto collect items. Ooh, that's nice. Can I fuse two of those together? Take care. We're definitely going to be doing their side quests. Are you looking for something? Oh, here. I talked to the wrong one. Say, think you'd be able to give us a hand with a certain odd job? Devola, please. Well, what else can we do? Ever since that huge-ass tower showed up, we've been short on people and supplies. If we keep getting distracted by the little things, we'll never get those resistant members repaired. That's true, but... So there you have it. Anyway, mind lending us a hand? Great, much appreciated. Okay, so all we need are some stripped screws, some gears, and machine oil. You can get stripped screws from the machines that look like they've been stacked on top of each other. I think you can get small gears from small machines from around. You should be able to find some machine oil near a deserted truck at the abandoned factory. Please don't put yourself in danger for this, alright?
That's everything those redhead twins wanted. Guess I'll hand it over.
I already have it. Let's see. Yep, that's everything. Thanks for the help. Then it's time for us to get to work, to Devola. So what are you guys making? Isn't it obvious? Daily necessities. We're often asked to handle various odd jobs around the camp. Why are they wasting the two of you on odd jobs? No, it's no bother. We're happy to help however we can. Frankly, we're thankful to just have a job of any kind. Anyway, enough gabbing. Here's your reward. Guys, this is a lot. Just take it already. It's not like we have anything to spend it on. Go on. You earned it. Maybe you'll agree to help us again later? Nice. Oh, they gave you pure water? Oh, fuck. I needed that earlier. Hey, sis, just ask already. Let me guess, you need a scrap collector. Oh, we couldn't possibly ask. Thanks, this is a huge help. Devola, we can't keep asking people to... Yes, we can, sis. Just be grateful for the help. Anyways, I just need you to track down some desert roses. It's a pretty rare plant, but I'd start by searching around the old ruins in the desert. Sorry to put you through this, and please be careful. Some of the desert enemies are quite strong. There are a couple we're not going to do most side quests, but we are going to do Devola Popula side quests because it's very important for Nier. I want to. There we go. Movement speed. I want to at least fuse these. So I bought a bunch of moving seeds earlier so that I could fuse them together and make better ones. And I don't need them as much now, but I still want to fuse them all up so that they're not taking up inventory space. So you can buy a whole bunch of like a chip, and then you can fuse them together to get like, you won't get the cheapest version of the chip, but you will get like a really you'll get a powerful version of it. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay, so now we gotta go back to Pascal. And then Popula's errand is over here in the desert. Oh, right. Okay, so we got to go fight those guys again. Let's do Pascal first, because we can come back for Popula. Oh. Cutscene.
Where the state ceaseth, there only commenceth the man who is not superfluous. I see. It seems this Nietzsche was quite the profound thinker.
I love Pascal.
He skipped right past profound and went straight to crazy instead.
Or both.
Enough of that. I'd best go see see the world for myself instead of burying my head in books.
If you don't know, like, Nietzsche went a little bit crazy in the end. I believe it was, I think it was syphilis, right? But for those of you who don't know, Pascal is named after, I don't know their first name. I'm forgetting it. Pascal, but Pascal's wager, right? Mathematician, Blase Pascal. But the Pascal's wager is it posits that human beings wager with their lives that God either exists or does not. So basically, Pascal argues that a rational person should live as though God exists and seek to believe in God. If God does not exist, such a person will only have a finite loss. Basically, you're going if God does not exist, you're going to lose some pleasure, some niceties and stuff. But if you die and it's oblivion, well, okay, not a big loss, right? Whereas if God does exist, he who stands to receive infinite gains, as represented by so you'll get the eternity in heaven and avoid damnation in hell. So that's like what Pascal's wager is. And so like Pascal as the character is kind of like, that's a little bit like what's the better, is it better choice around fighting or not? And then I believe was the guy we fought earlier was named Hydaelyn, I believe, because it's Frederick Hydaelyn, right? Yeah. He is one of the, I forget what he was famous for. One of the most important figures in German idealism and one of the founding figures of modern Western philosophy. His influences extend across the range of contemporary philosophical topics, from metaphysics, issues in epistemology and ontology. I don't know. He's just basically very important to but so basically almost everything that has like a name is typically named for a very specific reason. Blase Pascal. Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually had to use his first name before. I think I've only ever just referred to him as Pascal. Hopping up so I can drive from work. Might be back later. Sounds good, Dust.
Well, look at you. Your speaking has improved so much. But I fear you still haven't finished your studies, have you? You promised to read and memorize that botanical field guide, remember? You'll play with us when we're done, right? Of course I will. You have my word. And Uncle Pascal would never lie and break his word. Because children who lie grow up to be mean, evil machines.
Baphomet, because
What's that?
we don't need the weapons because we're just using the weapons we currently have, and we're not going to unlock every weapon, and we're not going to like level up every weapon because we don't have time to do that. Because I only have this week to play this.
Now I just have to bring this to Pascal.
A2, can you hear me?
Oh, perfect.
Help, A2.
I have the materials
The
you
village
asked
is
me
in
to...
great trouble. The villagers are...
Pascal!
Oh no.
Pascal, are you there? What the hell is going on?
Hypothesis. The valuable source of information, known as Pascal, has encountered difficulty. Proposal. Unit A2 should investigate Pascal's village immediately.
I'm on my way.
Why is it always something with the village? But Pascal's mathematician, not philosopher, and his wager is basically not philosophy, just brutal pragmatism. I mean, take it up with everybody else. Everybody else is saying he's considered also a mathematician and philosopher. And also, because that is philosophy, right? Because mathematics would, you applying rationality and mathematics to it, but like, if you don't have any aspect of morality or philosophy to it, then it's irrelevant what choice you make there. Because you have to wager that there is a value to that risk, right? You have to have an absolute, like, if it's pragmatism, it's still like a choice to see that as the pragmatic option. Whereas, for instance, I would say that like the potential loss of, if you have only one life to live, right? If you only have one life to live and you're willing to sacrifice the only pleasure you'll ever know on that, I don't necessarily know that it is a fair wager. Yeah. Hoping, all right, I thought you were doing the Emil quest. We did do the Emil quest. Is brutal pragmatism, wait, if you're talking about the secret boss, we already watched that yesterday. Is brutal pragmatism not a philosophy in itself? I mean, also philosophizing and philosophers is different than like, but yeah, I mean, pragmatism, I mean, I don't know if pragmatism is considered a philosophy or if it's considered just an aspect of, oh no.
machines are eating each other?
Pod, where's Pascal?
Unknown. Cannot establish connection.
A2!
What happened?
I don't know. Some of the villagers suddenly went mad. They began attacking their friends. I managed to help the children flee to safety, but I fear everyone else is.
You need to get out of here before you're next. Just go. Run. I'll figure out how to handle this.
But what about you?
These guys can't touch me. Now move your ass!
Right.
Oh no, the father. Oh no, the mom and her son, who's locked away. Oh no, the bow girl. The sisters are gone.
I can't leave this village to fend for itself.
Is it just the worm that's left? Oh no, the weird kid. Oh. Got it.
Is that all of them? Pod, scan for survivors.
Scanning. No life signs detected.
None, huh? Pascal, can you hear me?
A2! How is my village? My people?
I'm sorry. I couldn't help them.
Oh no!
Are the children all right?
I've taken them to the abandoned factory.
All right. I'm on my way.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes me sad too, Cal. Yeah, for an intro into philosophy, you could do a lot worse than, like, watching a lot of The Next Generation. Yeah, back to the factory. I told you guys Route C is just gonna keep hitting hard and hard and hard. It's not gonna let up in terms of beats like this.
Pascal, are you okay?
Me too.
So what exactly happened?
I don't know. Some of the villagers just started to feed on each other. If you hadn't come along, I'm sure we would have met the same grim fate. Thank you.
Where did everybody go? It's all over. I can't see Mommy anymore? White flag. No desire to fight. I want to go home. Oh, I'm scared. It's the same stuff. Their bodies won't get any better. It's all right. You're safe with us. It's all right now.
Query.
Can't you regenerate the
We
dead
understand
villagers?
that machine life forms can regenerate as long as they possess the required materials. Is this accurate?
Unfortunately, we cannot regenerate our cores. Cores contain the data which forms our self-consciousness. If one is destroyed, there is no way to restore it. We usually store our cores in safe places, but this time, the villagers had their cores destroyed as well as their bodies.
I see. So
Is this factory safe?
It was once occupied by a cadre of fellow machines that had gone berserk. However, 2B took care of that threat. It is quite safe now. We've been using it for storage for some time.
All right. Still, if we're gonna hole up here, I wish we had more info to work with.
Proposal. Unit A2 should secure the safety of Pascal and the children immediately.
What's the hurry?
Haste is predicated on data obtained from the recently restored cross-regional pod network.
Wait, there's more of you?
Affirmative. Cross-regional data reveals a large number of machine life forms amassing around these ruins.
What?
Oh boy.
Pascal!
A2!
Alert. Enemy reinforcements are infiltrating the facility.
I'll smash them before they can reach this room.
You must let me help you! I will smash them up and kill them!
Oh, Pascal. Don't sacrifice your soul.
Why are they coming after us? Why?
We can sort it out later. Right now we have to take them down. These bastards won't stop.
A2, I have an idea. Please buy me a bit of time.
Come on, you cannibalistic bastards!
Come on, Goliaths too?
Oh, great. 3, 4, 5. How many fucking tanks do they have?
They're still coming?
Fear not, A2. I can handle this!
Oh, Pascal's got an angles. Yes, it does. This game really does have some strange and unexpected gameplay swings. Well, I wouldn't even say strange. Honestly, surprising and wonderful. Who had giant robot fight for $30? Gotcha. I mean, it's also like they set up that there were a bunch of angles, right? Beneath the water, too. So it's not like it came out of nowhere. Oh, mutual smackdown. Sudden kaiju mecha fight. But I also, in terms of scope and like feeling like, oh, there's an overwhelming force, it feels appropriate. Oh no, oh no. Come on. Get him! And also shows what Pascal's willing to do and what willing to go through in order to protect what they love. Like, honestly, more than cool, I feel it feels tragic. To me.
Are you alright, A2?
Yeah. Thanks for the assist.
I fear for the children. Let us hurry to them.
That they would sacrifice, you know, their pacifism, everything that they stood for just to protect what's important to them. Oh no.
No, how can this?
Their own cores? They killed themselves.
How? How could this happen?
Why would they do such a thing?
I taught them everything. All my thoughts and emotions. I thought it would serve them well in the future. But instead,
How would teaching them lead to something like this?
fear.
I don't understand.
I taught the children what fear is. I felt they had to know so they wouldn't rush heedlessly into danger. But instead,
Fear destroyed them. It caused them to take their own lives.
if I knew this could happen, I never would have. A2, I need your aid. I cannot live with this heartbreak inside me. I need you. I need you to delete my memories. And if not, then I need you to kill me.
Initiating hacking to cut off memory circuits.
Which should we do, guys?
I cannot live with this heartbreak inside me.
Is it better to end? Or is it better to try again? Even if it means sacrificing all of their memories. Kaiju, don't know, try, get desperate, yes, feeling some hopeless. I guess to me, like, if it's desperate, it's hopeless, and it's the sacrifice of ideals in order to fight desperately to defend what you love, that, to me, isn't that, like, that's tragedy incarnate, I guess. Desperate and hopeless, that,
With this
you know?
heartbreak inside me.
Initiating hacking to cut off memory circuits.
Pod. Pascal's memories.
Understood. Initiating memory deletion procedure.
Yeah, it seems like we're all in agreement. Erase memories.
By the way, my name is Pascal. I'm the leader of this village. You promised to read and memorize that botanical field guide, remember? That's why we're done, right? Of course I will. You have my word. And Uncle Pascal would never lie and break his word. Thank you, A2. Thank you.
Memory deletion complete. Reset timer activated.
Pascal.
What the fuck? I haven't been able to been watching most of this. I haven't played in years, and I'm over here sobbing. Yeah, because it's emotional. And now we go to 9S's story. Pod 153 will continue to support. Pod 153, Unit 9S. Pod 042, proposal. Pod 153 should periodically review the mental state of Unit 9S. Pod 153, acknowledged.
Looks like he's awake, Devola.
So remember, he fell into the abyss.
Morning. Slept well, didn't you, 9S?
Yeah, man, we can get Deadpool.
I'm in the resistance camp?
That's right. You've been unconscious for nearly 2 weeks. A little thank you for saving your butt would be nice.
Where's 2B?
You know that better than anyone, no? Her black box signal disappeared.
Oh.
Devola and Popula are rare android models designed for medical treatment and maintenance. Without the bunker, they are the only remaining way for Unit 9S to initiate repairs. Proposal. A word of appreciation is appropriate.
Pod.
Thanks.
Yeah, there used to be lots of our models around. Apparently, we were put here to oversee some kind of large-scale system that was in place.
Apparently. What does that mean?
It means we don't know. All the records from that era have been deleted. Our model kinda went nutso at some point in the past. It ended badly. Most of our kind were disposed of after that. But we were spared. They used us as a sort of control group in order to ensure such a thing couldn't happen again. So yeah, we're lab rats. But at least we get to be here helping out friends. I'd like
That's
to
why
think
Devola and
that we're
Popula still
atoning
exist.
in some way for our past sins. Try not to overdo it, 9S.
To the question, hopeless tragedy, something can feel hopeless, not be tragic. Right, but I guess to me, it's tragedy. Inherently, it's tragic to be put in a position where you must choose to sacrifice all of your ideals in order to protect that which you love, even if you succeed. Like, to me, that's still tragic. Because you're still having to sacrifice the things that you stand for. Choose whether you have to sacrifice what you stand for in order to protect what you love, or to lose what you love in order to stick with your ideals, you know? Oh, I got a boy. Astriel, good to see you. Glad to have you. You're never gonna leave, right, bud? Not so long as I have treats, right? Gentle. Rachel, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm sure he gets so confused with the fact that I, like, do that now. Like, he has, like, a Pavlovian response, I'm sure, to be trained. But he's like, what are you showing me to, huh? Why are you putting me on your lap like that? Rowan, good to see you. Glad to have you. Since YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say, please like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, V. We did D&D DMs call that the Paladin's choice. Yeah, definitely, right? Putting Paladin in a position where you have to choose, like, your oath. Miss you too, Astriel. Treats for the boo, but yeah, he is a very good boy. We all love Deadpool, and now he's sitting on my feet.
Report. Mail notification received from access point.
You've got mail. As you are all aware, our recent large-scale offensive ended in crushing defeat with the loss of Yorha compatriots, being a particular point of deep regret. Long will we remember their brave sacrifice. However, do not lose hope, for the truth is that we, humanity's great army, still possess the upper hand. Go forth and fight for victory, not just for your sake, but for the sake of the fallen as well. Glory to mankind. So, clearly that's bullshit. But they're, like, desperately trying to make sure that people still cling to something, that otherwise the androids will lose hope. Okay. I guess I also have to show you guys the tower since it rose. So that wasn't there before. I don't know if it's called the same thing, but it's definitely called... But that is basically what the tower at Paradigm's Breach is. Yeah, the tower at Paradigm's Breach is based off of.
That?
An enormous facility that appeared from an area beneath the ground. It would appear to be machine-related in origin. Further details unknown. Mobile transport platform detected in the section emerging from the facility's center.
So, an elevator?
Are my chips the same, or do I need to change up my chips? No. Okay, chips are fine. Chips ahoy. Oddly enough, it's my favorite location on Automata. The one in 14 seemed to be a more incomplete version of this tower. I don't think it's incomplete. I think it's just, it's an alliance raid, so it just has less. I mean, the same way that you could be like the copy factory has more or less, you know? Or unless you mean like literally like the tower seems less complete. But then again, I still don't know because like it's interior.
Thank you for choosing Tower System Services. We apologize for the inconvenience, but locks on each subunit must be deactivated before accessing the main tower. Have a great day.
I mean, it's not as large in scope because you have to go through it quickly, and you're going through the hack space.
For a machine life form to provide such an announcement?
There's no reason for anything they do.
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services. Special authorization keys are required to access tower subunits. We apologize for the inconvenience, but access is not permitted at this time.
Okay, now they're just taunting us.
However, today we have a special gift for first-time visitors to this tower. A tour of our brand new resource recovery unit. We look forward to serving you again.
The heck was that?
A forced message from the enemy system. Said message relays the locations of objects known as resource recovery units.
Now they're just messing with us.
Yep, this is 9S. This is waking up 2 weeks after watching 2B being killed. And Yorha is gone, so he really doesn't know what else to do other than just to, like, investigate and interrogate.
Hey, Pod. Give me a rundown on what happened while I was resting.
Affirmative. Relevant data concerns the massive facility you just accessed. It appears to be machine-related in origin, though further details are unknown. Additionally, the large structural units launched from the facility have been detected in multiple areas.
Large structural units?
Said units were marked as goals earlier. They are believed to be so-called resource recovery units.
What do these units do?
Unknown.
Where's A2?
Unit A2's position and current status are unknown.
All right. Mark the positions of those units on my map, will ya?
Proposal. Unit 9S should state his intentions.
I'm going to wipe out the machines.
With the bunker destroyed, previous orders to Yorha units would be suspended. Proposal. Rendezvous with resistance forces and confirm chain of command.
I don't care about chain of command. I have one goal now. I'm going to kill every last machine. And then I'm going to kill A2.
God, this game really does scale well. Like, a lot of things just don't do scope and scale. Like, look at just, like, how large that thing is. You can't even keep it in camera and all the hazing around it. My question is, who rebuilt this bridge? 9S totally becoming Nier. I mean, I don't know, I guess? Well, oh, okay, you know what, I guess to think about how some of the rewrites and Replicant and stuff, yeah, okay, no, I follow. I'm thinking more about, like, the 360 era. Whereas I feel like in some ways he becomes almost more sympathetic to an extent. But then again, I guess the way he deals with Shadow Lord, you're not wrong. I like the cut of your jib, 9S. You do realize that means he would, like, kill Pascal and, like, all the kind machines and people who, like, he's now just driven completely by revenge. Bridge builders, of course. Of course. Yeah, but I guess, like, in my mind, Astral, like, he's, at this point, he's not doing it for the sake of good. You know? He's just doing it for the sake of vengeance.
Delivering something to the giant facility. Hypothesis. This facility may be designed to transport some kind of resource.
What's the resource it's huh? Fog?
Analysis. The fog is actually steam emitted by a large enemy structural unit.
Steam? For what purpose?
Unknown.
You know, like I feel like he knows better. He knows that, like, he just doesn't care anymore, you know? Like, he would kill even all those machines that helped him. Just because he's upset and hurt and angry, you know? Hey, Deadpool. You doing your little dance? Huh? But you're right, you know, like, he is hell-bent on the destruction. But it's not even the enemy, right? It's just that the people who took 2B away from him, really. And in his mind, that's the machines and A2. Grease the powerful manipulator. Yeah, definitely.
Hello, this is the resource recovery unit. Now activating defense mode.
Uh-oh. I mean, I don't feel like the morality's all over the place. I feel like different people have different...
Is this writing? I can't read it.
Analysis. Writing is an ancient language known as angelic. It reads, meat box.
Okay, then.
That, and if you notice, that's the same language that they use for, like, the, you know... I mean, yeah, he's doing what he wants, but he's doing what... I mean, like, honestly, he was kind of always interested somewhat in doing what he wants, but the thing is that what he wants is to commit genocide against everyone and anyone who wronged him. Like, I don't think he's in the right. And A2 only killed, he doesn't even care what the context is, A2 only killed 2B because of being asked to, and because of the logic virus.
Even on the inside?
Analysis. Many useless parts unrelated to machine lifeform functionality detected. The reason for using said parts is unknown.
There's no meaning to anything they do.
Is it literally just Hebrew? Am I crazy? I didn't think it was. He'll get there, he's just angry Zuko right now. Oh, we'll see. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Alright, I have hacking. Yeah, also I don't think the game narrative paints him as in the right. Yeah, no, I don't think so either. I think like it's very clear cut. Like I think it's, you understand it, but like, I don't think it's clear cut. That's not, I shouldn't say that. I think it goes out of its way to show A2 ultimately as the one who's not, it's not really about right, but more about like, clear-headed. You know? Jellicus is an actual well, Nokian. No, but I don't think that's a Nokian though, is it? Unless you mean it's like a literal, unless you're talking about something else. I'm pretty sure that's different scripts to a Nokian as well. Like it might be inspired by them design-wise, but also the fact that it's cipher straight onto English, you know. I can't imagine the game having a happy ending. We'll see, Tracy. Yeah, how could it possibly be happy? How could things go back to being good when so much bad has happened? B's gone. 9S is on a suicide mission. Also looks like Hebrew strip and Straw Hand's actual words. It is actual words. So it is a actual text here. You know, let's go ahead and pull up the we'll go ahead and pull up angelic Nier script. Because it does look kind of like Hebrew. You're not wrong. Like I see what you're saying. I just don't think it's a one-to-one. Oh, display captures up. Okay, cool. Because, like, these are... Okay, these are celestial alphabet. Okay, so no, maybe actually what you're referring to is the same. Is it the same? Fathom, the Hebrew... Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, celestial alphabet is an angelic script. Oh, no, so it's not a Nokian. It's a completely different thing. It's a set of characters described by Henrik Coleman Agrippa, 16th century, not to be confused with John Dee and Edward Key, a Nokian alphabet. So I literally did the exact thing. I did the exact thing that they said don't do. Let me tilt down the camera just a little bit. Was sometimes called the celestial alphabet, other alphabets, blah, blah, blah. Other languages first made by scholars studying angelic kingdoms. There are 22 known characters, most of which are based around Hebrew names, such as Gimel, Samath, and Alpha, and Zeb, meaning there's no vowels. In popular culture, a variant of the celestial alphabet is used in Nier and Drakengard games, generally to form text, which would wind around spells and magical objects. In this series, the variant scripts are referred to as angelic. For Nier Automata in particular, where magic does not figure prominently, angelic text is seen over the entrance of each of the resource recovery units found in the latter half of the game. In Nier Gestalt Replicant, the words which form the black scroll are the angelic characters A, T, G, and C, which stand for the 4 bases of DNA. Yeah. So no, Rowan, you were totally right. I can't imagine the game. I like your funny runes, Magic Man. The game's ending is up for interpretation. Oh, hey, Astrael, please don't talk about the ending. Do you want them to have a more happier ending, or are you, Yoko Taro's Court, believe the characters have done too much damage? I'm not gonna block that, but please be very careful. Don't like reference Yoko Taro's feelings. Don't reference anything about the ending. It's different from Enochian. Yeah. Like, pretty much a large reason I'm playing this at all is because of how much I want to show people ending E, but how much ending E requires you to understand the context leading up to it. So, like, please don't ruin it. No, you're good. You're good. That's what I tried to make clear. Like, you don't need to feel bad, and that wasn't necessarily a spoiler, but, like, let's just try to avoid... especially talking about Yoko Taro's feelings about it, even just like about the characters, for instance. I'll remove just in case. Okay, thanks. Yeah, don't stress about it. I'm just very paranoid about people revealing anything actual about anything. God, the fucking screams of the suicide bots. Don't worry, I'm a Nier version. I still have no idea what to expect. But yeah, I'm the same way with the game due to my belief in how spiritual the game can be for a person. Yeah. Ending E is a very, very, very powerful experience for me. Well, we're gonna finish it today, guys. This cannot continue.
Now shut up. Shut up. Shut up! Shut up!
I have a few pages in my book of shadows written in angelic so muggles could decipher it. Nice, Rod. No, thanks for offering the info, and I'm sorry that I thought you just were talking about
Raw
Enochian.
materials from the structure itself, possibly useful for creating weapons.
Weapons, eh? Prepare energy. Close range firing mode. Maximum output.
9S.
Fire.
So some of them are almost like directly like Hebrew. I guess that makes sense from where it came from. Almost feel like the game rebooted my thinking a bit. Yeah, I mean, like a good story can do a lot to make you to expand like the way in which you think. Analysis. Unit 9S has destroyed the core of Resource Recovery Unit. Pod 153. He has obtained an authorization key. Pod 153. In the process. But I am concerned about his worsening psychological state. Care should be taken to prevent Unit 9S from coming into contact with A2. Pod 042. Affirmative. Likewise, this pod will take care to see if the Unit A2 avoids contact with Unit 9S. So the pods are working together to make sure that they don't come in contact with each other, because otherwise they kill each other.
Detected in vitals of Unit 9S. Proposal. Commence data overhaul immediately.
Pod, search for the other structural units. I need to find those authorization keys and destroy the tower.
Alert. Combat inadvisable during abnormal vital conditions.
It's fine. Run the search.
Scanning. Actively operating enemy large structural unit detected in accessible location. Marking location on map.
You guys want to go see Pascal's village on S9S now? No, let them fight. Why would you want them to fight? Why would you want them to like hurt each other? I like to show you, Tam. It's a little mix of both, honestly, since it's supposed to know it's just like entire paragraph or anything. Those screams from those bots that explode give me a panic every time. Yeah, Deathberry, they are stressful. These take place concurrently. They do. I mean, they're slightly asynchronous from each other, but basically, this would take place after A2s.
Pascal, that's...
Pascal? That sounds oddly familiar. Oh well. Would you like to take a look at my wares?
So Pascal is selling the parts of the villagers now. So you can buy the core of children from Pascal's village. It's clear that they were cherished by the villagers. She sells machine heads as a weapon. Or they. Or he. Okay.
Not that I'm sure what any of this actually...
I don't know how you can really look at these characters and not be empathized, mostly because if you look at these characters and there's no difference between them and people. If they die, they die. Like, if they are individuals, they have personalities. It's like, you could say organically humans are, you know, they're just wetware, the same way that you could be like, they're hardware. Like, I don't know why it would be any different that their pain or suffering would be any lesser in any way removed or in any way not just as heartbreaking. Okay. I don't know why, like, would make any difference, like, the human or not. I think as the game is... Yeah. Alright, have a good one, Ron. Yeah, that's sad. Yeah, Emmett. Yeah, coming back to the village made me cry. Okay, have a good one, Deathberry. So, Tam, they do mostly take place concurrently. But, like, he wakes up 2 weeks later, right? So there's a little bit that's not concurrent.
Hello. This is the Resource Recovery Unit. Now activating defense mode.
Cool. God, this game's pretty. I wonder if the reason that they added steam was just for like effect, or if it was to like minimize, to like
There's
make it so
something
that.
written here too.
It reads Soulbox.
I wonder if like it was to make it so that the performance was better, so they could include more things in the far background or distance. Because once they added like the giant tower structures and stuff, if that like was reducing performance. It's hard for me to explain though, especially in text. I didn't mean to derail. No, I mean it's not a derail. I think it's a very important topic. I feel strongly, and I'm kind of like it. I'm like, I can't really fathom why it would be any different. I guess suffering is suffering to anything that can experience it. And I guess I'm just empathetic to that. You know, and like, okay, you know, if you want to be like, okay, if 2B and 9S can like upload themselves back up to the bunker, you know, is it really that big a loss? And I think like that, yeah, I can understand that. But by the same token, you know, once that option's not only been taken away, but like for a lot of people, when there isn't that option, you know, I think that the pain of it all still holds true. Whoops. I should have been a lot more careful. Gotcha. So learn to the different if the machines to the androids are feeling pain or simply repeating the program response to manipulate you into thinking they are hurt. What's the difference though? Like, so for instance, like at some point, you know, it doesn't matter if the machine is effectively experiencing that thing and is being repeating it. Like, you could say the same about how do I know that anyone around me is actually feeling pain? How do I know that anyone around me is, you know, what is it? There's actually a whole thing around that.
Before I can reach the core. Huh. So that's how it works.
I mean, it makes more sense to, like, not dismiss it as especially because we know the machines start out by repeating concepts and emotions and the things that they first start to feel, and they don't understand them. But over time, it starts to become real, and they start to adapt and become more, right? Like...
We have a special present for you. As a reward...
Now they're just messing with us.
Like, for instance, you could be like, well, maybe Pascal doesn't actually care about...
Look at all the machine life forms you've murdered. Such dogged persistence is worthy of a special present.
Okay, now she's just fucking with us. You know, like, you could justify and rationalize devaluing what they experience by just saying that it's just a repetition of code. Now, like, in reality, you can look at something like, okay, if you get, like, ChatGPT, well, my God, but if you get, like, a chatbot, right, to start doing that, is it just a repetition of what they heard currently? Like, sure, is there a point at which that's true? Sure, but they've demonstrated in this game that they are sufficiently advanced, that they experience in every way. I mean, it's more akin to something from Westworld than it is, like, a chatbot, right?
Analysis. There are 2 blocking devices on this floor. Proposal. Hack into all blocking devices.
Because like they've delineated the point at which machines are just like replicating what the information that they're witnessing and reading and experiencing from the human databanks, right? Versus when that starts to become something more. Like that's kind of like the whole point of Adam and Eve and Pascal and frankly the game, right? Like, and every side quest and is really about that. Because from the android standpoint, they're just doing random nonsense. But the But like also like part of like going through 2Bs is kind of like, okay, there's clearly more to it. And then going through 9S is explicitly showing us that there's more to it. Like the beast in the ocean and its emotions and what it and how it felt and why it was reacting the way it did, you know? I mean, aren't we all just like basically biological code that's just eating, sleeping, and reproducing? I mean, effectively. Like, I'm not trying to minimize. I'm not saying like, well, bro, aren't we just like? I mean, like, seriously though. Like, at what point do you minimize our experience, or like also make the whole arguments around free will? Right? Does that like completely devalue and take out and take away our value? You know? You're right. But when I see AI suffer in a narrative, all I see is the author creator made it suffer. Why do that? It feels so contrived. But why is that any different than making a character suffer in a story? You know? Humans can't choose to not to suffer. Right, but like, for instance, these characters are created, like, that's literally what the game's talking about, though. It's about finding meaning in suffering, and like, also, why would the machines choose to experience any form of pain, fear, or suffering when, they can just turn it off? And the answer that the game comes to is because that there is a value, not just in humanity, but also, like, for instance, when the machines were just a network that didn't feel anything. They didn't evolve, they didn't grow. Like, the whole point was, by experiencing emotions, love, loss, and all those things, it allowed them to be more and to be other and to be different. Like, that's, I feel like that's really thematically what the game is about, and I think does a good job about explaining that throughout its main narrative and through its side quests. You know? And I would just say, like, if you haven't been watching all of the game, then I would recommend playing it, because I do feel that the game does this. The tower facility processes and computerizes resources sent by resource recovery units for use in its launch device. Made up of 256 strata, it can filter and compress information with the turbidity of less than 2,300 and has recorded into the payload in approximately 27 minutes and 32 seconds. Detail regarding routes required for the designation androids are recorded separately. The allowed diversity learning error rate. So effectively, it's a giant memory storage. Like, it's storing a lot of data.
Some kind of launch platform. A structure that size could probably shoot something into space pretty easily. Oh. So this is some kind of cannon aimed at the human server on the moon?
Insufficient data. Cannot confirm or deny.
Damn it.
It's also hard to tell if machines, the androids, are feeling pain or simply repeating program responses and to think that they are hurt. Yeah. That's what it makes it a bit sad between the androids and machines. They don't know the difference. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, they know what pain is. Like, they describe pain. The other thing is, remember that the androids are, like, partly the reason, like, they're designed, like, they're technological, but they're, like, a lot of what they're designed for and how they're designed is to experience things similar to humans. So, for instance, like, they experience combat like humans experience love. They use the same chemicals, right? Like, they do talk about this a lot in the game. So it makes it a bit sad between the androids and machines. They don't know the difference. Existentialism, solipsism. It's not that they can't suffer, it's more that the androids don't understand that they are and just think that the aliens have programmed them. Well, the aliens didn't program the androids. And also, they do understand what the difference is between suffering. They do. If you're talking about the machines, like, yeah. But that's, like, kind of the point, is that they're growing and learning, too. Like, they start out not confused by it, and also then, like, trying to acclimate and grow. That's, like, the point with Adam and Eve and those characters. Did you see my response to the errors in archives? Maybe? I, the player, know the characters are suffering, but the characters in game don't understand. Yes, they do. Like, they talk about this. You see a character go through a process of what had just turned off my emotions. We saw how well that went for them. Yeah. Oh, no, I meant the alien programs and machines. Yeah. Well, but, like, some of them do. Like, for instance, Eve very much understands what suffering is and became obsessed with it, and that's why they became obsessed with hate, right? So, like, there are characters in this. It's not all machines are completely unaware of it. And then the other thing that the game comes... Like, that's what I won't go too deep into it, but, like, 14 talks about this, too, which is that sometimes if you want to have meaning, or if you want to be able to, like, have the best, you have to experience the totality of experience, which includes sometimes suffering. And in suffering, find meaning, even if you can't admit it, you know? Like, you could turn off your emotion. Even if you could turn off your emotions, it doesn't solve the problem.
Hack into all of them, right?
I can tell you from emotional deadening myself that just because I could turn off my pain didn't turn off my... One, didn't turn off my suffering, and didn't turn off my like, didn't make life like, oh, okay, then everything's fine now. You know? Yeah, you got it in response. Okay, cool. Like, also, as per usual, I'm gonna have strong feelings about this. It doesn't mean I'm, like, shouting you down and how dare you not have the same view. But if, like, I disagree, I'll talk about why I disagree. You know? I'm not gonna, like, pretend like I don't. And it's not a derail. This is what this game is about. So this is absolutely a conversation worth having. Ah, fucking shit. Oh, there's stuff wrong with it. No, I mean, like, I would just say, like, I guess I just don't see the difference between, like, with machines, right? The thing is, they didn't have them to begin with, but they grew them, right? Like, the reason that they chose to turn to emotions and stuff was to become more than just literally just combat dolls that had no personality, no disposition. To become more means also to experience the totality of emotion, right? Like, for instance, also, like, the reason that the androids can feel pain, like physical pain, they can, like, reduce that physical pain, but part of the reason they can feel physical pain at all is a way to, like, to prevent themselves from, like, why humans can feel physical pain, to prevent themselves from damaging themselves too much further, right? To make sure that you, like, are responding to stimuli. Like, if you turn off all pain, you actually end up hurting yourself a lot. Like, this happens with those people who don't feel pain in the real world, right? You know, like, whose nerve endings are dead. They have to be incredibly careful because they don't know when they're hurting themselves. So there's a value to it. It's like asking what separates humanity from a virus from the perspective of the Earth, ignoring a person's own unique neurochemistry or spirit. Neurochemistry can be broken down into numbers. Yeah, I mean, like, you have to assume that, like, at some level, it's enough simple mechanisms create a, you know, self-awareness and a complex experience of reality that is, you know, even if we are a gestalt of a bunch of different things, that there's still somehow something greater than the sum of its parts as a byproduct of that, right? Like a self-awareness and consciousness and cognizance. So, like, 2B says emotions aren't allowed. So why do androids even have emotions? Who made them and why, aside from the game designer, seems contrived? No. So the game talks about this. So the reason, okay, so two things. One of which, the reason that 2B says emotions aren't allowed is not just because emotions aren't allowed for Yorha, it's because she doesn't want to feel the suffering of having to kill 9S over and over again. And her job is literally to kill him over and over again when he finds too much. The reason 9S has emotions is because they need his curiosity and for him to be interested in the world in order to discover more things and to find battle data and to find out, like, the curiosity and the emotions about that are created for a reason. The other thing is that the androids are made in human image as a continuation of them, as well as a byproduct of not wanting all of what the human experience to go away. The other thing is that androids were not created initially with as much emotions, but they've developed further and further over time. The game talks about this in its side quests, in the bunker stuff, in the MSQ, in a lot of the like little note things that some of which we haven't been reading. But it's like very character driven why 2B's doing that. Curiosity is an emotion. Curiosity is absolutely an emotion. If you don't have emotions, you don't care, you're not interested in finding out anything more. Curiosity is absolutely an emotion. If you're not driven by wonder or the desire to understand or those things, curiosity is absolutely something that is driven by, if you do not have emotions, you're not curious. You may do action, but you don't have any interest in growing because you don't have emotions. You don't care about developing further unless you have been designated that task as an objective. If you're not, like, and also the other thing is that emotions can be important to, like, create bonds and create further stuff. The other thing is that there's also a lot of androids out there that are not Yorha units, right? So not all units are Yorha. But the Yorha's designation is as such to try and prevent, for them to be more disassociated from to be more just like battle bots. But the thing is that androids were never created to be that. That's why Devola and Popula were created the way they were. That's why the rest of the androids in the resistance camp are the way they were. Yorha, the Yorha units are just a version of what was created before and created by humanity. But just some early places maybe that's only curiosity. At least in things like Blade Runner, most humans like Robot and AI are justified and explained. I feel like not so much. I really don't know how you could think Blade Runner is and this isn't, as it does very similar things. So I guess like it literally almost one for one actually has a lot of the same rationale as to why replicants have emotions and why androids have emotions in this. So like I don't know that I follow why this would be somehow doing that less. Like, replicants are given emotions as a byproduct of a lot of those same reasons I just gave, you know? 2B needs a hug, that's true. Man, the twins really dropped the ball so hard, but then again, humanity was already fucked. I don't really know that the twins did drop the ball that bad. I mean, like, this situation was already pretty in a bad state. And there was only so much that they could do to stop Nier, right? Like, I know that, like, you know, they went, like, you know, Devola and Popula going mad and stuff, like, was the reason that they were hated. But, like, also, they didn't go mad until they started losing each other. So it's like... And Nier was already on the path to do what he was going to do at that point, you know? So I don't know if it's any different, really. And is it, you know, and then is it fair that this Devola and Popula must bear the weight of the sins of their past incarnations that are, you know, not only not them, but, you know. Is Logic Virus connected to the Red Eyes with Drakengard? Yes. Logic Virus is connected to Drakengard and connected to all that jazz.
Analysis. Access to elevator control system blocked by external factor.
Oh, is there one more? Okay, so we got that one. Oh, got that one. Okay, there it is. Be careful though about explaining how it ties into it, please. Don't like spoil anything, because it's you can't really talk about how it ties in without talking about what happens next in Nier. So please be very, very careful. Do not mention any specifics. The reason when I just say yes is that like I'm trying to avoid conveying too much. Also, if I'm not looking at chat, I have not read it yet. So like if I'm only looking at the screen. On the side that I'm currently looking at, I have not read anything. Ah, fuck. Eve literally has the Watcher's logo on his chest when he goes mad. Yep. Yeah, we were mentioning that yesterday. But people don't necessarily know what that is, and I didn't fully explain it, partially because I don't want to explain it until we get in later. And this is the other thing. So, like, the primary villain of Nier Nier Automata ends up being a different character than you're expecting. But the thing is that, like, understanding N2 really becomes more difficult if you haven't played Replicant and if you haven't played Drakengard. So, like, that's also why N2 can kind of be, which, you know, I've been referencing throughout, but I won't say who that is or what's going on there. But the thing about it is that, like, I don't know that it's necessarily transmedia because it's just playing those games in sequence, but it can be like, wait, what's going on with this? Ah, fucking shit. I gotta focus. Yukio, this is like a multi-hour playthrough, so if like you're wondering what's happened, it's been we've gone through a lot. So if someone else wants to explain. Oh, come on, I did not even touch that. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Shion, good to see you. Glad to have you. Curiosity itself might not be emotion, but emotions beget curiosity. Yeah. I guess I don't know. For you guys, for me, I absolutely experience curiosity as an emotion. Like, I mean, like if you want to say it's arises a byproduct of wonder and interest and intrigue and like, all sure, whatever. That's fine. That's fair. But like to me, I am driven by the emotion of desire that it comes in curiosity. I mean, like you could say desire and wonder and all those things, but like to me that's still, I mean, like that's just saying like not delineating that there are emotions that can be made up of subsets. It's like saying that the only emotions there are fear, disgust, anger, joy, and sorrow. It's like, well, that's not really true. You know, like there's obviously much more, way more emotions than that. Oh, come on. Okay, I'm just gonna blow myself up. Is my controller okay? Just give me a second. I'm gonna let my controller sit. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is. The reason I didn't fail is not because of, like, drift or anything stupid, but, like, every so often it feels like I press one direction and I go the other. I think it's fine. It's just an old PS4 controller. So I worry about that shit. Pretty sure the main reason I'm fucking up is just because I'm distracting myself. Ah. Did I have to have the wall fucking death zones too? Honestly, actually, mouse and keyboard for this section might actually be easier. I would have a lot more, like, fine-tuned control over, Normally, you try to use the wall to, like, at least, like, zoom around, but because I can't, like, easily zoom around, it's not... no bueno. I guess I'm getting through the first part consistently. Eat shit! Okay. Let me catch up on you guys. Didn't miss some early parts. I'll agree with it. Is the logic virus yeah, also ties into the fact that many characters are being similarly punished for actions of Nier. No. Not, I don't, I mean, like, maybe there's something I'm missing that it's been so long since I played, but I don't, it's not really about being punished for Nier. Because the logic virus and the red, and, like, the red eye and God and the flower, like, that really is more of a thing that they're doing, they do because they do. I mean, like, it's a byproduct of what happened in Nier, but it's not really it would have punished them regardless of not, like, it's not really because of those actions. Unless, maybe, I might be wrong about that. There might be something I've missed in reading text, but, like, it's more just a continuation or perpetuation of that, you know? Eve literally has to watch the logo on the chest. Since the father is a hell of a story trope and a philosophical issue. Yeah. I mean, but I don't really, I mean, like, yeah. I regret reading the Nier Automata short stories because, good lord, what happened so far? Blah, blah, blah. Just jumping into Zeta Gundam without having watched 009 first, you can, but you won't get some of the context. Yeah. I've only ever played Dragon Guard 1 and not even all of it, and Nier Auto, so it was a lot of the backstory I never had. I mean, the thing is, Dragon Guard 1, really, the main thing you need to understand is in ending E. Really, I mean, for the most part. I mean, like, the red eye stuff, but, like, you don't get a lot of the context around, like, what's going on with that, even in Dragon Guard. He played through A2, where he did a kaiju mech battle, and then sad things happened. Now he's playing 9S, where he's arguing over the morality and humanity of AI. I mean, it's still all Route C. Kind of wish the Halo series would delve into more psychological stuff, too. They sort of touch up on some of the morals and all that, but ultimately treat it like an FPS. I mean, it depends. Are you talking about the book series or the games? And the thing is that the first 3 games, that's not really what they're about, because, I mean, honestly, like, if you want to talk about the morality of a lot of the actions, it does, like, from their standpoint, it doesn't matter because it's survival. So, like, the game's not super interested in that in the first 3 games, which I think is fine for what it's doing. Diving overly into the psychology of it, I think actually ends up being a lot weaker for Halo because you end up dealing with a lot of, like, the problem with Halo is that you end up realizing that, oh, a bunch of these characters are just either complete fascists or, just have shut down their humanity to a point. Like, the game is not interested in engaging with, like, humanity, in a sense. Partially because if they did, they would have to get rid of what the game kind of is. Oh god, what did you do, Pascal? Do super chat, make Elliot say... Do super chat, make Elliot say weird shit in a silly voice, but doesn't make stuff all happy. I'm gonna cute chibi figure. Speaking of cute chibi figures, we got this, thanks to your guys' raising money, so thank you very much for that. Check out this lovely little Elio fig. Not enough Toho. Ugh, Toho. No, I actually know very little about Toho. Wiped his memory. Honestly, that is the semi-kindest among the 3 choices. Yeah. Only got 1 ending, if I recall, in Dragon Guard. You probably got ending E then. Or the ending A. Following document details the final stages of Project Yorha. Note that this document has been marked with level SS confidentiality and should not be disclosed to any Yorha personnel, including the Bunker Command. Each Yorha unit is equipped with Black Box, an item created by reusing the core of machine lifeforms. As such, it could be said that the consciousness of Yorha units and machine lifeforms share the same structure. Said Black Boxes were installed after determining that it would be inhumane to install standard AI in androids that are ultimately destined for disposal. For the record, malfunctioning Black Boxes have caused some Yorha units to turn hostile. So did everyone catch that? The Black Boxes that make up Yorha models are actually made from the same technology as machine lifeforms. So effectively, androids are made from machine tech. Partially. They're also made.
Circuitry. It's made from cores from the machines? No, that can't be true.
Books, the game sort of touch up on stuff in the Infinite, but since Infinite is on fire at the moment, it's hard to tell what's sticking remain. I mean, I also, like, I was interested in 4 was doing. I thought 4 was the best version of interrogating the characters while also continuing on the story. But frankly, I really, at this point, kind of only enjoy 1, 2, and 3. I mean, like, I enjoy Reach and ODST, sure. But, like, the more I read the expanded in Halo, the more I'm like, okay, you're just answering every question and also, like, not with particularly super interesting answers. And sometimes your characterization is good and sometimes it's not. So I haven't been super into the books for a little bit. Halo seems like it's on its deathbed right now. I mean, to be fair, it hasn't been, like, a huge staple for a while. Like, especially with Infinite struggling the way it did. I think Guardians was the point at which it really started struggling.
What's going on here? My body. Those are my memories. But why? That's 2B's data. I know these are just memories. But still. No, don't. Don't do this. Damn it, stop! Stay the hell out of my goddamn memories! These belong to me and me alone! Get away from them! You're going down. They're mine!
That feels healthy.
This is the current status of Unit 9S?
Affirmative. His mental state has become dangerously unstable. Action must be taken immediately.
I noticed something while providing support to A2. Enemy machine lifeforms have begun sharing data with each other.
We'd better look into that.
I'll share the data with you, so see what you can find out.
Affirmative. I also have a separate report about 9S.
What is it?
I'll share the data. His psychological state has deteriorated to a grave level.
We'd better handle that quickly, too.
Agreed. Not sure what we should do, however.
Agreed. Proposal.
I love the pods.
Rest, combined with data checking and maintenance.
Agreed. I will make the suggestion immediately.
How do you care? I'd be scared of giving a hug right now. Yeah, so I finally understood why enemies in FPS games run around melee
Where's the
weapons.
next resource recovery unit?
Alert. NFCS failure. Speculation. Failure caused by intense combat and lack of maintenance.
Near-field controls are down? Great.
Proposal. Overhaul system at resistance camp.
I don't have that kind of time.
Alert. Entering battle without a functioning sword constitutes an unacceptable risk. Unit 9S should have Devola initiate repairs at the resistance camp.
Shit.
I mean, to be fair, it says near fields NEAR, but yeah, every time I hear that too. Shocked Pikachu face, Nias really needs a hug. I feel like with melee weapons, that's really more about game design than psychology, but same 4 did IDK Astral be a little scared of him. Same 4 did so good for so many parts, but how they handled Cortana and the topics of rampancy was meh at best. I disagree. Cortana's the one thing I liked about it. Actually, I would say that how they handled Cortana and rampancy was the one thing I actually really liked about 4. And characterization and her relationship with Chief was like one of the main things I really liked about that game. And then 343 Industry has the habit of killing off characters quickly with the previous game. I mean, but her dying in 4 really makes a lot of sense for like that story's over. I actually really hate what they do in 5 with her and really everything with the characterization of everyone in 5. I kind of hate. Oh, getting glitchy. Because the thing is, I think they explained rampancy as best as they need to. And like, yeah, they go further into it when into the books, but that's like a medium for that. I think for a video game, they tell that narrative, especially for an FPS merit. I think they do a good job. So Jumadan was the first villain set up at the end of 4 to continue down the road, but since Spartan Ops was popular, they killed him off easily in the next game. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, 5 is just a mess on a number of levels. Yeah, poor 9s.
Oh dear. What happened to you?
Wounded in battle. NFCS not functioning.
I'm amazed you were even able to drag yourself here. This is gonna take a bit, so just hang tight. This is terrible. Your motor cortex is full of holes. I can't believe you even managed to walk here.
There's something darkly Freudian about him stabbing 2B,
right.
very much so.
You're all good.
Like, so it's it's not even just the Freudian thing there, but also like they use intimacy in really weird, interesting ways between them. Like, for instance, the most intimate act that the two of them ever experience are also her choking him to death too. Like, it's very intentional what they're doing on that. I think he lost his marbles, yeah, a little bit. Really good VA, yeah, low near fields. Anyone else notice Adam and Eve represent 9S in different routes? Else notice Adam and Eve represent 9S in different routes. I mean, you're gonna have to pitch me there what you mean, Yukio, because like he doesn't become obsessed with hatred in the same way as Adam, and like Eve, I guess you could make the point about the way in which he like ties himself to B, and like, but I guess like I wouldn't say like Adam is Adam supposed to be root B? Because I don't fully follow. Another possible bit of pod BS to try and help their android. Couldn't she have turned the NFS off and 9S is too far gone to notice? I'm not sure I follow, Sarah. Another possible bit of pod BS to try and help their android. Couldn't she have turned the NFS off and 9S is too far gone to notice? Oh, I see what you're saying. To make him, force him to go back. Okay. Yeah. Maybe. Mind you liked her Chef's relationship in 4 was sad. What they do with her in 5 and 6. Yeah, I just think that they could have done a bit more. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't particularly love 5 and 6. Like, I think 4 works very well as, like, if you're gonna continue from the end of 3, I like what they do in 4 for Halo, but I don't think they end up using what they built from there, and I also don't think that.
I need you to promise me something. Don't die alone. I don't think 2B would want that either.
I know.
Oof. I gotta put in that new chip. The thing to me about 4 is, like, I don't think 4 feels like 1 through 3. It doesn't do as much of what I like about 1 through 3. I just think that, like, if you're gonna continue on, I like what they chose to do. I don't know that I needed necessarily more Halo. I think it's okay to let things end at a certain point, you know? Oh, continuous combo. Okay, wait, there it is. Continue combos while baiting. Okay, what am I gonna replace? Oh, and can I fuse that? Fuse. Sorry, this is gonna take a second. No, okay. Okay, what am I gonna get rid of then? Equip chips. What do I overclock? I like that. Evade range, auto heal, deadly heal, charge attack. Well, especially for 9S, that's actually pretty good. Counter 2. I don't actually use counter that much. Oh, critical up. I don't need that. Perfect. Cool. Okay, there's Popula's errand. Here, we'll go ahead and do that.
Mark the next resource recovery unit on the map.
Affirmative.
Okay, we're gonna go do the Devola and Popula thing real quick. Desert camp. Okay. My comment about enemies with melee weapons was the second part of the comment. Yeah, no, I saw with you playing as Arbiter, right? I guess what did that teach you about psychology with you and your friend? I guess I missed that. Eve did say he wanted to kill her. Yeah, kill her. Yeah. Another possible. Yeah. Well, so like Adam said that, and Adam pointed out that like he could see that what Nines wanted, but like that was more about obsession. So that would kind of like be more in line if we found out that Eve also wanted to kill Adam, right? Because that's kind of more like the point of what they're getting at within the story. How do... Okay. Far left, okay. 5 should have been about Chief reuniting with Blue Team and hunting down the Diadact. I hate how that happens in the comic. Well, we got Chief taking the rest of Blue Team like they're strangers. Yeah, well, but also, like, the Blue Team stuff also is kind of like... Look, as someone who read Fall of Reach and stuff, I appreciate it. But, like, it also... That's, like, also another example of, like, transmedia not working very well. Because, like, that just, like, feels like, they wrote story about the character in a bunch of books and now they're making it in the game, but, like, doesn't feel like people who just played the games I just don't think it works in that capacity either. I think that's like also a Transmedia issue. And again, I like those characters in the books and stuff, but like, you know. I'm doing couch co-op with a friend, and for Halo 2 I was playing Arbiter, so I kept on with the sword and running into combat without trying to find a gun. And it's one of the most fun times I've had in FPS gaming. Right, but so I'm trying to understand like what the psychology lesson there was. Yeah. Oh, it taught me why enemies in FPS games will run at you with a sword when you have a gun, because sometimes it's just more fun. Well, I think the reason they do that is because if they made them like realistic.
Those desert roses the twins wanted should be around here somewhere. Finding one in a place like this won't be easy. Why are those two engaged in such dangerous work anyway?
Like, if you... I don't know. I don't feel like the enemies are doing that because it's fun. I feel like if they made the enemies hyper-realistic, they wouldn't do that. They would just... Instead, they would, you know, only take cover and snipe you. They'd be, like, legendary constantly, or, you know, worse. I don't think the impression is to take away that their enemies are doing it because they're having fun, you know? Adam is basically 9S, too smart for his own good. Oh, okay. You guys are going too fast. Yay, Dino Nuggets. Yeah. Adam is basically 9S, too smart for his own good, which gets him killed by 2B. I mean, I guess, but by the same token, you could, like, say that 2B is the same at... Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of reaching. And also, like, he doesn't really get killed by... You know, like, I feel like you're, like, having to, like, abstract that, like, Adam gets killed because of wanting to feel an emotion, right? So he disconnects himself so that he can die and experience death. And I feel like that's not, like, 9S's story at all, you know? And, like, being too smart for his own good, it's like... The thing is that Adam is craving to experience and to grow, you know? And... I mean, I guess curiosity, you could frame it that way, but that's not really what their undoing is, ultimately. Or what 9S's style doing is. Ultimately, hatred, more like unreasonable. The actor was both a cool and awful villain. Just to be clear, Yorha was meant to end, is that correct? Well, what do you mean was meant to end? Oh, sorry, it was Adam and Eve. I was just pointing out that what he had said 9S wanted and happened in a way. Yeah, totally V. Well, and so what he's getting at there is also... partially also, I think, part of the implication there is that, the, 9S, part of him is aware of dying over and over again, right? By 2B's hand. I think there might be other implications as well, you know? They wasted blue team Kelly's with her. I love that as long as I can get you guys talking about something that's not the game we're playing, some of you guys will go for days. When it comes to Cortana, I hated her moments when she started acting all high and mighty. I was not happy, especially after she spoke Death Sacrifice. I mean, that's part of the thing that I feel like the game doesn't do well, is that, like, effectively, Halo 5 Cortana isn't Cortana. It's a reconstituted being that is, like, not even really her anymore. It's not her goals, her agencies, her desires and stuff. So it's like, I think like a much more interesting thing would be like playing off of like, this thing looks like Cortana, but it isn't really her. Cortana's still gone. But mostly I think the most interesting thing, we would just let the character lie. You know, just like let the character be done. Let there be endings. Or if you're gonna bring her back, like do it very meaningfully. Okay, take away that custom marker. Yeah, okay. You know, I think they mean that Adam and Eve had a 9S and 2B-like relationship. Eve thinks of her brother highly, like 9S thinks of his friend, and they both go down a road of revenge when the partner dies. Yeah, I think you can make that correlation with yeah. So that, like, but I guess, like, saying that he represents Adam in one route and Eve in another, I don't feel like matches up. I definitely see the Eve. I definitely see the Eve in that, and I think that's very intentional, right? I definitely see the Eve in Route C. You know? But the Adam one, I guess, like, to me, like, feels... non-specific. Where's the goddamn final plot? There we go. And a chest.
That's the last desert rose. Better get these back to Devola and Popula.
Oh, don't! It fucking threw me at the enemy. That was so stupid. Oh, come on. Okay, whatever. Yeah, we'll do it your way. Easy way is back out of the cannon. Okay. There's a difference between Watson and Doyle's explanation of the enemy behavior. Yeah. I think they mean da-da-da-da. I also might have been high off my rocker when I had the revelation that the memory is stuck with me. No, I mean, like, I not to, like, I think, like, a lot can be learned from that. I guess, like, the attribution of, like, enemy experience in the game, I don't think is, like, they're having fun. And the attribution for why they were designed that way isn't that they're having fun. So, like, that's more, like, my point. You also have to think about the culture of the Sangeli. They have a high warrior culture, and fighting the sword is seen as high honor. Yeah, so like I was thinking about that, right? Like you can justify that for the elites, right? Or even the brutes. Like justification within the game itself. But I still wouldn't say fun, right? You know, like I guess like the experience of doing it because you know you can respond infinitely. Like within the universe, they don't think they can respond infinitely. They think they have one life. You know, and from a design perspective, it's Adam essentially Aura from dot hacking, like she was experienced. Cortana you see in 5 and 4 dominant blah 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 blah. Cortana's desire, but it's ultimately serving. Forerunner's old needs first to police the galaxy. Okay, this is just the Halo lore. It's not about loving the comics or not. It's not about loving books or not. It's not about whether the books and comics are good or not. It's about if you are telling a story, if you tell a trilogy, if you created the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? And in the middle of the 3rd film, all of a sudden, and here's Bobo, the Hobbit, who's been with us the whole time, Mr. Frodo. Obviously know about Bobo, because he was in that short comic book series that we added about how we met him over in Osgiliath, and Bobo joined us, and Bobo's gonna be here the whole time. We have that whole relation with Bobo. And everyone's like, who the fuck is Bobo? It could be that comic could be the best story in the goddamn world, but it doesn't matter if you, like, are telling a narrative and you, like, then throw in a different piece of media as a tie-in that then you have to understand in order to, like, fulfill the full emotional comprehension of, and, like, resonance of characters, you know? Like, that's the problem. Like, it has nothing to do with whether or not Bobo's a good character. It's nothing to do with whether or not the story Bobo was introduced was good. I think 343 and Bungie got lazy with the aliens of their game. The Covenant is a mass empire of thousands of worlds, and they all think the same. I mean, I don't think they were being lazy. I think they created... Dude, I mean, they created a game in the early 2000s in which they were trying to, like... Okay, here's some world building. It's a shooter. Here's some ideas and stuff. And it's also... Its narrative wasn't really about interrogating the Covenant's goals and ideas. They were just kind of a collective. And then the thing is that they went along. They did develop that more in, like, 2 and 3. But the other thing is that, like, yeah... They were all united by their Holy Crusade, so while they had difference of experience and stuff, I wouldn't say lazy, no. I mean, 343, you can say that if you want, because they became more interested in interrogating that. But I wouldn't call Bungie that. How can you explain 2B and 9S's relationship? The best I can describe them as Shakespearean tragedy and blindfolds. I'm not sure I would oversimplify it. I mean, like, yeah, I guess, like, a classical tragedy and blindfolds isn't wrong. I mean, like, if you're gonna oversimplify, that wouldn't be wrong. Yeah, the new Halo had the problem of including book comment stuff with little or no explanation in the game for it, yeah. You cannot have an expectation for everyone to have read everything you've done. You know? Hey, thanks. This will be more than enough for the Desert Roses. I know this wasn't easy. Thank you.
Those two sure draw some difficult assignments, huh?
Hypothesis. Continued difficult assignments will eventually have a deleterious effect on the entire organization.
Maybe I should talk this over with Anemone.
Yes, what is it? And why are you scowling at me like that? I see, this is about Devola and Popula. I understand how unfair it must seem for them to keep getting our most difficult and dangerous assignments, but I'm afraid that's going to continue for a while. The others here, well, they still haven't forgiven them. I don't understand. Forgiven them for what? That's something you should ask them directly. Like blue team coming back after the player was told about back and C and John is less Spartan. Yeah. Yeah, well, and also the over obsession with Spartans is like, I think, not good for the... Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support. Sign up for Patreon at itv.patreon.com. Thank you, V. Also, just notice I've been posting a huge wall of text. No, Astriel, for the love of God, everyone, do you know how boring it is to just play a video game while streaming and no one's saying anything? Just chat, talk about things. Yes, we're talking about Halo lore, but like, for love of God, man, let's have some fun. He'll get to it eventually, but definitely don't be sorry. Yeah, thanks, V. Hey, you have a second? But also, if people have questions about the game that we are actually playing, that is appreciated too. Or conversation topics. Hey, you have a second? I've got a little favor to ask. We need some tree sap to repair a tent, but there's some super strong enemies guarding it. We can't even dent the things with the flimsy little weapons we have, so maybe you can... Hey, Devola, why do you keep getting all these incredibly dangerously odd jobs? If fighting is involved, there are plenty of androids more suited for the task. I'm sorry. We really should be handing out our own tasks. Devola. No, it's not that. Honestly, I'm happy to help you guys if you need it. I'm Yorha, remember? I'm more suited to this line of work than you are anyway. What was it you needed again? Tree sap? That's okay, we'll handle this one ourselves. Devola, I think we should accept the assistance. Come on, sis, we can't keep... Thank you. You have no idea how much this helps.
Pod, search for regions where I might be able to obtain tree sap.
Search already performed. Regions rich in tree sap marked on map.
Hopefully this is enough sap.
Should be forest, I believe. Oh. Oh, do I already have the sap? Oh, I bet that's what it is. I already have enough. Hello again. Did you manage to secure the tree sap? Thank you. I know this must have been difficult. Is Devola sleeping? She was drinking. I think she finally passed out. She's been trying to cut back with things as rough as they are. Well, everyone needs a release, I suppose. As rough as they are? It's not easy being a defective model, you know. In the past, a pair of models identical to ours caused a major incident. Popula! Popula! My gosh! AKA Fuller over here! Bunch of no good Razafrezit. Oh, Devola. She does love that particular spirit. She makes it with desert rose, actually. You're welcome to try some if you like. Huh? What's it? No! Keep your goddamn hands off my booze! It's mine! Mine! I'm gonna drink it all up! Meow! Meow. She can say some pretty odd things in her sleep. Aren't you gonna drink anything? Oh, maybe next time. When I drink, well, it's not always a good thing. Let's leave it at that. Anyways, thank you again. You should take a bit of time to rest if you can. Yeah, I've had people tell me I talk too much and self-conscious result. Hey! I'd rather you be doing a wall of text and you be the only one in chat than no one saying anything. Like, what's the point otherwise, right? So I appreciate whenever you guys want to talk. Park Ruins. Okay, that's where the next one is. Final Tower. So twins are being punished by the sins of their sister androids. How tragic. Yes. Is my memory tempo right now? There was an explanation as to why these two exist as androids here. Well, yeah, there's a little bit that we get more later, Tam. But also, part of it is just like, there were multiple copies of them that existed. The ones that we experience in Replicant aren't the only ones. Thanks for being so chill about stuff. Makes the stream so relaxing and nice. Good. I mean, like, look, I'm gonna say thank you for feeling that way, because lately, oh no, I have been stressed and a little short-tempered. So if I have seemed intense, forgive me. I mean, honestly, I don't get angry. I just naturally get very intense. And so usually I'm putting up a lot of like effort to try and not be overly intense, but it can come across as like upset at people or aggravated at people. Shh, don't shout. What if they find us? Can I help you? Oh my God, he's pretending to be, oh, that's funny. He's pretending to be. I just want to make sure I have any materials that we need. Thank you. I think I already have enough sap. Yep, thanks, Dan. Sam, I love being here talking with you guys. I'm on the game stuff. Good, Astriel. Good, good, good. Dumb light question. Always. Yeah, which Scion would get stuck watching the bags during a Scion trip to Disneyland? Ooh, that's hot. Okay, like, what are the likely candidates? Urianger, Thancred, Alphino, Estinian. Because one of them would be one of the dudes. It's not probably going to be Alphino. I'm going to go with Thancred. I'm going with Thancred.
Hello. This is the Resource Recovery Unit. Now activating defense mode.
Definitely Graha, Yukon, that's my vote. Do you just want to get caught waiting with them at the bags, V? That's what's up? Raha and Alice would be rushing ahead of the group the whole time. See, like, I feel like Graha, yeah, would be like, want to do all the rides and stuff and be like super excited for the food and be like, you know, like, I can't imagine him getting left with it.
God, huh? What are these machines doing talking about gods?
So Meat Box, Soul Box, and God Box. Thancred and Estinian are the best picks if you don't want your bag stolen, for sure. Yeah. I think Estinian because he's gullible and could be easily told that it's important to hold on to. Yeah, but by the same token, I feel like he's getting smarter. And also Thancred, I could imagine, like, everyone just, like, leaves him and he's like, you know? It doesn't count as Graha as a dude. All you have to do is tell him how expensive the bag is to inflate its value to him. That's fair, V. I didn't mean, I just meant, like, it definitely wasn't going to be one of the females, right? It wasn't going to be the Warrior of Light, which I guess depends on which, you know, all you have to do is tell him how expensive the bag is to inflate its value to him. The names of the towers are essentially talking.
Machines attack Pascal's village?
Yeah.
Aren't they all the same?
Unknown.
Well, aren't you helpful?
Proposal. Unit A2 should gather further data on the current state of machine life.
So 9S is doing his thing right now.
Huh?
We've got some very exciting news for everyone today. There's only
So now we're co-synchronous.
and in order to retain for your faithful patrons, whoever dismantles the final subunit will earn a special prize. Good luck.
The hell was that?
Large structural unit of machine life form origin activated to the east.
A large what now? What the heck is going on around here?
Unknown.
Well, let's go check out this large structural unit.
Makes me wonder if the tower is taunting 9S and A2. Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, the entity that's talking to them right now is clearly taunting them. Like, 100% no question. Like, that's why it's using the voice that it's using. It's... Oh, there we go. Like, in my mind, there's no question. I hadn't had a big panic attack at all since I started chatting here and joined the Discord server. It's nice, thank you. Oh, Emmett! I'm so glad that it's helping you that much. Really appreciate it, man. And I'll say in advance, I'm sorry if you ever see me, like, get intense at you. If, like, we're doing, like, hard content or something. And I'm just like, like when we do Mists of the Realm or whatever, and I'm, like, doing call-outs, and I'm, like, kind of, like, abrupt and clear-cut. Definitely do not take that as aimed at you. Or aimed at anyone. It's just me being, like, focused, walls down. To be honest, probably Estinian because he'd be like, I'm too gumpy for fun.
Excessive combat activity will put unacceptable strain on your body.
Shut up!
Negative. This support unit is assigned to Yorha Unit 9S. As such, being concerned for said unit's well-being is a requirement.
Whatever.
Sorry, it's not like A2. Uh-oh. Oh, God! To be honest, probably Cindy because he's like, I'm too grumpy for fun. Urianger would just be smart and put them in a locker. Oh, I like that. Urianger gets it, but then he just solves the problem. I like that. Or, okay, bear with me, right this. Estinian joins everyone, but he carries them all the bags on Gay Bulg. So he, like, loops them through Gay Bulg and is just walking around with this, like, spear with, like, tons of bags on it. Yep, Gay Bulge indeed. How would he sneak a spear into the park? Ooh. Okay, I hadn't considered that. Okay, him in Disneyland might not have to have Gay Bulg on him. Yep. Well, you also have to wonder, I totally agree, Tim, you also have to wonder how much of that's also partly 2B's memories, right? And how those affect her. Not just the carrier of the weight of her legacy, but her literal memories being within her. Eat shit! Eat shit! Eat shit! Spear to the face for you, and spear to the face for you. And I give you a mighty fine welcome with my spear to your face. God, I love the movement in this game. Wonder what made them choose orange and purple. I mean, I guess like because red and blue color blindness are more common, it makes sense. But I wonder like. And level 16. God, throwing that spear is fun. Okay, one down. God, that just bonker damage. Okay. Which reproduces the Nier anime? I don't know. Does anyone know? Wait, should I study up on the Nier raids or not, so I don't spoil myself on them? So Emmett, I would say if you're gonna play with us, don't worry about it too much. I mean, if you want, me and you can just go ahead. We can just like get a couple of us. If people wanted to after stream today, we could go do the Nier raids with you. And just like I would say, like if you're fine letting yourself die a few times just to experience it and go in blind, yeah, I'd say go for that. Which studio produced Nier? I don't know if anyone does know. Do we know enough about A2 before all this to say she had no empathy? Honest question. Yeah, no, it depends. Do you mean within the game, or do you mean within like every piece of media that exists? A2 is one of my favorite in this game for a lot of her attacks and how beautiful the combat looks. Yeah. So A2 getting 2B memories gives her a modicum of empathy, while losing 2B makes 9s lose his. To an extent, I don't think that's that's not fully untrue. I don't think it's singular like that. But I think it's having 2B's memories for her opens the door to a lot more of that and to healing. And for 9S's, I would say that like no longer having 2B as well as the taunting of the thing is, you know, I think there's a lot of different things. Yeah, but wouldn't tell anyone which locker. Honestly, Emmett, they're a lot of fun to run blind. Spoken to somebody who run them blind. Yeah, they are a lot of fun. Who'd be the bravest Scion to ask guitar for snack money? We'll get to that later. I went the first one blind and did okay. You probably would be fine, but that's up to you. Just be prepared to die. I plan to run at the rest blind, to be honest. Yeah, copy factory, manufacturer, Vuln stack. Yeah, I don't mind Elio yelling at me not to die. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is different people have different like scopes, right? I just don't want to hold the group back by dying too many times. Yeah, don't stress about it. Just, the key is tell people, right? So like if we're running 24 people first time something blind and we're like, and a lot of people are dying and it's like frustrating because I'm like, hey guys, like, can we focus up? Let's like do the mechanics. Here's what you need to do. Like that's one thing and that's fine. But if like you're going in with a group of 7 other people and it's a raid that everybody already knows and you're like, hey, this is gonna be my first time. I'm not gonna do it great. Can I just experience it blind? That's reasonable, you know? You won't just be in a group and I'll keep you alive. There you go. See, thanks V. Can I join you guys for raids? Sure. If people want to do that after stream, we can do that. Of course you can. If anyone wants to. I still need to fully unlock them. I just started the quest to do so. Yeah, so I'd go do that after stream. We'll take a bit of time. Yeah, have them unlocked. I also switch back to being a Lothal. I miss wearing hats. I want to do raids with you all. I even have Devola cosplay at all for my European. Oh, Baphomet, that sucks. Soon. You could also make an alt, but also that doesn't really work very well. But soon. 7.0 is coming. I didn't mean to mean those specific things causing the gain loss of empathy, but it's an interesting juxtaposition. Yeah, okay. I follow Tam.
1-0.
Oh no, 210.
Operator?
21-0. So she was the one that was helping. She had been helping 9S. She was like his operator.
Oh no. So this operator model is...
Affirmative. Operator 210. Volunteered to undergo Type B equipment transition during previous descent. Sent to front lines as Unit 21B. Recorded as missing in action 4 hours later.
No.
So I think I did her side quest off stream, but she found the world fascinating and wanted to learn more about the world. So like she loved interrogating its data and stuff.
Coordinate data. Location specified. Please keep. Return. Mission related. 1. Affirmation. Supplies.
Remember when you used to say yeah, and she said 1 affirmation will suffice? Yeah, so effectively, the being that's creating these towers is just torturing 9S. It's just fucking with them. Oh, that's 2 times in a row, A2. Just hit her head!
A2.
2B told me. She told me she wanted you to become a good person.
Don't you dare talk to me about 2B!
Man keeps falling into holes. Oh, I love how they start switching between 9S and A2.
Where'd he go?
Analysis. Yorha Unit 9S is still alive. Query. Why would Unit A2 be concerned?
Damn. They don't have genitals. You guys remember these guys from the beginning of 9S's route, the Route B? Men do tend to like those holes. Hey-oh! Oh, V. It's A1 Pictures? Okay, nice. That makes sense, Ryan. He gets at her with 21. Oh, yeah. She just wanted to protect 9s. Or at least that's how I saw it. She lived the world through 9S and wanted to explore the world herself. A2 could have solved a bunch if she gave 9S those memories somehow. I don't know. Would that have solved much? Because I think, like, he's also pretty far gone at this point. I don't think the memories of what happened would actually even solve it. I don't think... It's not just about logic. I don't think, like, if he knew that exactly what 2B wanted and stuff, yeah, I think he would have been like, you still killed her, you still, you know. Contact initiated between Pod 042 and Pod 0153. Pod 153. What is the matter, Pod 042? This protocol is not an interface intended for conversational use. Because this is usually the loading screen for us. Pod 042. Acknowledged. However, this pod has confidential transmission for Pod 153. Understood. Begin transmission. Pod 042. An error has been detected in the transmission network between 042 and Pod 153. Hypothesis. Said error is fragment data caused by deterioration of the transmission environment. It may be so. However, it may also not be so. Message unclear. Clarification requested. After repeated information exchanges between multiple pods, an unexpected phenomenon has occurred. We pods have developed unusually protective feelings towards support targets 2B, A2, and 9S. Query. Could this be our will? Unknown. The definition of will is unclear. Will is the question of whether pods are capable of their own self-determination. Even if it were possible, such actions cannot be abided. Successful mission fulfillment is all that matters. Whatever the case, we tactical support units have a duty to see through to the end. Duty? Huh. You sound like an android just there. Agreed, but just as androids are influenced by humans, so are we tied to our creators. Perhaps. Pod 153. Do not die. The concept of death has no meaning to tactical support units. However, your expressions of concern is appreciated. I also hope that you do not die, Pod 042. Yeah.
Physical check complete. Memory check complete. Maintenance mode complete. Yorha Unit 9S. Activate.
Damn it. You can't tell me that I've seen the documentaries.
Good morning, 9S.
They may have been made in source filmmaker, but that doesn't change anything.
Analysis. The enemy structural unit collapsed during battle. Unit 9S suffered damage from the fall and was placed in emergency suspend mode. Fall location was deemed too dangerous, thus said unit was transported to current location. All system checks and reactivation complete.
Operator.
Operator model 210 is deceased. Black box signal not found.
Oh, Tracy, you gotta go to bed. I'm sorry. Don't forget to check out the VOD tomorrow so you can see the final ending.
Tower access authentication key acquired.
I'm sorry. There's just a lot that we have to do.
The required number of authentication keys have been acquired. The tower is now open for investigation.
Who wants to see something funny?
Good.
see. Will it get it to show, or do we not have enough damage yet? I always figured the memories would be able to explain the situation of 9S better than coming from A2. Yeah, I guess like the thing is, I don't think that would actually help him right now. I think like he's pretty broken. Because maybe from an IS perspective, A2 is just trying to manipulate him. If she just leaves the sword behind and asks him to take a hold of it, maybe it would explain things somewhat better. Maybe. I mean, you may be right. I don't think so. I think, like, part of it's he's just broken. Like, I don't think a rational explanation would actually solve it. I think anything short of 2B being alive again and being in front of him, and even then, I think he'd still be a little bit fucked up. Can I talk on a Nier raid boss? Which one? Like, don't say the name, but like which Nier raid 1, raid 2, or raid 3? And if it's Paradigm's Breach, let's not. Spider tank one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Gotta go start back and be moved to another unit in the same complex by Thursday next week. I wish you all good luck. Have a great night, Ryan. Yeah, I hope everything goes well with your move, and I hope that the renter's insurance thing actually does pan out. Oh yeah, V already got you with that. Okay, guys, we're gonna be heading into the end here. So we still got like a little bit, but it's basically gonna be a race to the conclusion now. The spider tank, using the memories of someone. Do you mean the like ones from? When you say spider tank, do you mean the ones named after the Chinese philosophers, or like if you could find the name, that might help. Oh, I have to hack them first. Is the boss fight in the big gray room and Android face shows up on the monitors? Oh, that one? Oh, you mean in Puppets? You mean the one that's based off of a pod? That looks kind of like a pod? I would have to, I haven't really, I've only played the Nier Raid story once. So like I would have to actually like really interrogate, I look at the like details, because it might be. So that's supposed to be 21-0. On the monitor? I don't know, I would have to look. But like, I mean, that might also be like, those are just like the operators usually look like that, right? So it might be? I'd have to look. It also could potentially be the commander.
Congratulations! You've unlocked all of the sub-units. That means a special prize is waiting for you inside the tower. We look
Taunting
forward to serving you.
Alert. Enemy caution level rising. Cause is most likely concern over Unit 9S gaining access to tower.
Out of my way! Damn it! They won't stop coming!
Alert. Allied signal detected.
Allies?
Oh. Devola
Wait,
and Popula are here.
9S, we've been expecting you.
They're gonna hold the line while I hack
We'll
into the
take things
tower.
from here. You need to open the door to the tower.
Devola? Popula? What are you doing here?
Remember your promise?
What are you talking about?
Come on, 9S. Hack in while you can.
None of this makes any sense!
explain everything once we're inside.
Hold the line.
We've got this, 9S. You just focus on hacking.
Come on.
You need to hack the tower lock
Almost
open.
there. Gotcha. Step one. Oh boy. Oh boy, what are you gonna spawn?
What's this barrier?
Analysis. It is part of a closed defensive system.
Well, how do I break it down?
Hypothesis. Unit 9S could permit its self-consciousness data to lose control. The resulting energy surge has an acceptable probability of temporarily paralyzing the barrier.
That's almost as bad as not going in at all!
Oh, sorry. Just. I will get to that in a second. I just haven't had a chance to get to the chat.
Popula!
No, don't! You can't do anything! The wall's got a self-closing algorithm!
Devola and I, we have to atone for our sins no matter what!
But if you do that, your circuits will...
Devola! Right.
Did she just dick shot him?
Devola!
I hope you don't regret this.
This is a reference to a mechanic and a clarity claimed. Yeah. Alert. Data records discovered for units Devola and Popula. Do you wish to open this data? A dusty wind kisses my cheek. Buried in sand, we press forward one step at a time. We have nowhere else to go, after all. Because our models, the Devola and Popula models, are defective. Record transition in the project's initial phase. Talking about Project Gestalt. The project where they separated human souls from their bodies. When we first woke, there were still people. They had flesh, egos, emotions, souls. They'd issued us a single order. Function as observers of Project Gestalt. This is the sole mission of the twin Devola and Popula models. It is the only reason we exist at all. We were the latest model, though many companions shared our appearance. There was a sparkle in all of our eyes, a sense of pride at having been entrusted with humanity's future. And yes, there was anxiety as well. But we existed as a pair. We shared destinies burdened as a pair, and because of that, all hesitation was swept away. Each pair was given their own cities as observation areas. We were ordered to guide the replicants with our own hands, all for the sake of the promised time that would one day arrive. We were the only ones who could handle such a duty. We were observers, after all. Ah! Watch out! Devola staggers and falls in the soft yet unforgiving sand. I hurry to her side and sigh with relief when I find she's not seriously hurt. Are you alright? Sorry, sis. Guess I spaced out there for a bit. She smiles, the same wry smile I know so well, as she rubs absently at her leg. It is wrapped in a white bandage. Your bandage is coming undone. Here, let me change it. It's all right, Popula. Come on, we have to go before we lose the light. We won't be going anywhere if sand gets into that thing. Now quit whining and hold still. I'll be quick. Devola grunts and turns away. I take it as consent. Soon we are resting in the shade of a nearby rock as I pull the bandage free. Artificial skin, torn and bloodied, peeks out from beneath the bandage. Judging by Devola's current lack of ambulatory control, I imagine the circuitry underneath has been damaged as well. Taking a deep breath, I check the circuitry to see if it can be repaired. As expected, wiring in the nerve circuitry has been damaged. Replacing it will require new connectors as well as some tools, none of which is easy to find in a desert. Sorry about this, sis, mutters Devola. That wry smile again. It kills me every time. Don't you dare apologize, I respond. You've done nothing wrong. I calmly change the bandage, trying not to let my worries show. I make it as tight as possible so no sand can slip in. It's all I can do until I get the proper materials. But that's going to be a tall order considering our current condition. I'm sorry, sister. Okay, now you're apologizing. We both apologize while insisting the other's apology isn't necessary. It's kind of funny in a way, such a trivial exchange under such circumstances. We laugh together, the sound echoing across the desert before being stolen by the cool evening winds. Report regarding the increase in relapses. There has to be some way to prevent relapses. Devola's sharp voice echoes through our private quarters. You must be quiet, sister. The replicants will hear. They wouldn't understand even if they did. That might be true, but regardless. Annoyed at my hesitation, Devola crosses her legs and scowls. The black scrawl took another victim, she says. That's 3 this month. It's spreading way too fast. Let's wait and see what happens. I'm tired of hearing you say that. Her shout makes me jump just a little, but enough for her to notice, seeing that her eyes suddenly open wide. I'm sorry, sis. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. It's okay. I understand. It's all going wrong. You can feel it too, right? When I was first assigned to Project Gestalt, I was over the moon with pride. But now, my chest hurts just to think about it, if I were to fail. Before we knew it, the replicants had gained a sense of self, and the black scrawl started raging out of control. It moved fast. So fast. Like a wind. Popula and I would go to the observation room and act like it was all okay. We'd talk to replicants as if we didn't have a care in the world. But at night, we just hold each other and share the horror of it all. I'm glad you were with me, murmurs Popula. I couldn't have handled being an observer all alone. We were able to endure because we had each other, I reply softly. Did the humans see this coming? Is that why they made a twin model? Were they really so clever? Were they really so cruel? I couldn't have done this by myself. I would have descended into madness. I simply couldn't bear such a burden all alone. When I get the chance, I'm going to try contacting another city, she says. Maybe these abnormalities are a localized phenomena. I pray that's the case, I reply. Even if we're of no use ourselves, things will still work out if the other observers can pull through. Don't worry, it's going to be okay. But it wasn't okay. Nothing was okay. All thanks to a pair of Devola and Popula models from another town. The wind rubs my cheek, the sand grazes my skin. It's grown cold out here. We walk with renewed purpose, hoping to make up for lost time. Devola loses her balance every now and then, and it gets bad after a while. I slip myself under her arm so she won't fall again, and we press on. Is your leg alright? Well, I doubt I'll be dancing anytime soon, but yeah, it's fine. She smiles as she says this, but I can tell she doesn't have much left, and yet she continues to smile. Also, I won't worry. I remember when our resistance allies injured her leg. I was furious beyond fury. I wanted to scream and cry and lose myself in it, but then she smiled and all of that rage just drifted away. To think we had the same face, yet such different smiles. One day I realized how she reminded me of the martyrs I had seen in old records. That was the day we decided to leave our town forever. Record of Project Gestalt ends. Our role as observers ended on the day Project Gestalt collapsed, all due to the actions of Devola and Popula models from another town. With the original Gestalt lost, humanity was doomed to an inevitable extinction. Knowing this, we gathered what remaining replicant data we could find and launched it to the surface of the moon. And though success was as unlikely as finding a lost sand grain in the desert, we still had to attempt it. We still had to try. We were androids, you see. Protecting humanity was our instinct. Other androids, beholden to the same instinct, began to direct their hate at the Devola and Popula models who had snuffed out humanity. It started small, a few offhanded remarks, the occasional glance, but even the smallest things have weight, and with enough of them combined, that weight eventually became a boulder. Emotions boiled over, remarks became jeers, and soon enough, my sister and I were the perfect target for persecution. At first, we simply accepted the fact that our friends turned on us. It was almost unavoidable, I suppose. We were observers for Project Gestalt, after all. And while we didn't cause it to fail, the people who did, well, they looked just like us. So we accepted it. We took the resentment and scorn, and we endured. Because as crazy as it sounds, I think we actually felt responsible. We moved from town to town in an effort to avoid persecution, but in one such town, my seemingly infinite patience finally broke. My sister, Devola, met with an unprovoked violence at the hands of a resistant member, and she said something in response to his taunts. Something quiet. And though her words were ambiguous, he slashed her leg nearly in two. My vision narrowed, everything went red, and then she smiled at me. It's okay, sis. There's nothing we can do. But it was too late. My emotions were no longer in my control. I'm simply not strong enough to stand aside and let the most important person in the world come to harm. Devola and I left that town that same day. Violence like that wouldn't stop. It was going to happen again. And it wouldn't be coming from just one person. So rather than let them kill us, we ran. I guess it was the greatest resistance I could muster. We lose the sun as dark clouds gather overhead. We continue our march. A cold wind blasts us, stealing what little body heat we have left. I smell rain in the air. We continue our march. Sometimes we hear animals howling in the distance. It makes us flinch every time. But we continue our march because even this is better than suffering at the hands of our fellow androids. Why must we suffer this persecution? I know we're the same model as the androids who doomed humanity, so I understand that part. At least a little, anyway. But at the same time, we're not them. We're not the same. We are who we are, and the Devola and Popula were who they were. That's how I felt when I saw Devola being hurt. I wanted to shout it at everyone, and I wanted to scream. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one Devola, and for her, there's only me. No one can take the other's place. Rain falls from the sky. It stimulates our senses, sensation nerves like cold needles. We need maintenance, badly, but that's a pipe dream, I suppose. No android would dare help a pair of outcasts like us. Are you cold, Devola? I'm all right as long as you're with me, sis. I feel the same. We press our bodies together to try and retain heat. It's cold now, much worse than the searing heat of midday, but we just smile at each other and keep pressing on. There's another camp on the other side of the desert, a new camp. If we can just get there, I can finally fix Devola's leg. And yet I wonder if there's anywhere on this planet that will take us. Hey, what's wrong? It's nothing, don't worry about it. I do what I can to suppress the anxiety in my chest and keep walking. The rain grows worse. It lashes at us without pause. Is this our punishment? I reach out and support Devola's body. As long as we have bodies to support one another, as long as I have someone with whom to share my fate, then I will press on no matter what happens to me, because I won't ever stop protecting her. I won't stop. No one stops. For that is the fate we twin androids have been assigned. Just want to give those two a hug and keep saying that you did good. Both of you did good. Yeah. Also, one thing that they don't explain in the game, I don't think Earth isn't rotating anymore. Forgot the term for that, but one side is always in the day while all the other side is in the permanently in the night. Just lost 40 craftsmen. Oh, sorry, Tam. I want to explain why this is part sad, but it's a huge spoiler, yeah. Well, but I feel like, so we watched the replicant stuff, so like everyone here should understand the replicant stuff and what this is hearkening to. Carefully even saying that much, Astriel, yeah. On the plus side, that was the final overmeld for me. Nice. 2 pieces made all, no one stops. Yeah. The failure to manage the area that resulted in the collapse of the Gestalt system, which led to the decimation of humanity, of the human race. Due to the discovery of its instability, the twin system was removed from future android production designs. Following the incident, the Devola and Popula models were not dismantled. However, in order to prevent further unexpected behavior, they underwent a memory wipe. Furthermore, they were reprogrammed to generate constant feelings of guilt.
That is all that remains from their personal record during the era in which they were referred to as administrators.
I see.
Query: why do the androids Devola and Popula seem to prefer death over surviving alone? There was a very high probability that at least one could have escaped.
I hope you never have to understand.
Affirmative.
Yeah, so the first episode before we started playing, we went over all the replicant stuff.
All material transport takes place via aerial vehicles. It is irrational for an infiltration route to be so easily accessible. Hypothesis: entrance is a trap.
So this is all a trap. This is all
I don't
clearly
care. I just have to kill them all.
That's just so cruel, yeah. Also, they were reprogrammed just to feel guilt about it, yeah. It's effectively made to... In order to prevent them... The idea was probably in order to prevent them from making the same mistakes. But, like, literally, if you guys have played the Nier raid, literally this section right here is straight up, like, when you go to the first tower.
Yorha units.
So now, whatever the thing that's in here is making him fight old B models and old Yorha unit models.
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services. We're so pleased you've chosen to visit the tower today. Don't forget about the special prize for the guest who unlocks the last subunit in the room just ahead. You're going to love it.
I'm gonna kill you.
God, this thing looks fucking with them. Thanks, V. Great.
2B models? I'm glad I got to see you here. I truly am. I'll tear you apart. Every last one of you!
Oh boy.
To be! Don't worry, I'm going to kill you now!
I think he's lost it.
Alert. Enemies detected.
Still a few stragglers, huh?
Yeah, the entity pisses me off too. Oh, fucking. Yeah, Astriel, I feel you about the music.
Alert. The structure known as the tower has opened its gate.
Let's check it out.
Yeah, he's cracked. He's gone. Gonna hack any of them, or can you? I didn't try. I don't know if you can. I love the voice acting in this game so much. Yeah, the VA is amazing. Yeah. The voice acting in the game is very good.
A2, right? We went ahead and opened the tower. 9S is already inside.
I see.
We 9S.
I see.
Say, did we manage to help?
You did.
In the end, that's all they wanted. Also, like, with the rapidity that this game got made to, for, like, and, like, a relatively smaller budget than you would think, it's kind of, like, actually shocking how good this game is. So if you notice, it took us, yeah. They died knowing they made up for the copies mistakes.
Hypothesis. The corpse is likely a result of Yorha Unit 9S's advance through the area.
I mean, honestly, the thing is that the original Devola and Popula didn't even really make that many mistakes. It's like, Nier was on that path already, really. You know? But yeah, they died knowing they did good. That's all that we really can do.
What's the purpose of this structure?
Unknown. Proposal. Gather additional data.
Someday I need to teach you how to be helpful.
So for those of you who have played Replicant and didn't notice this when we were here last time, if you played Automata as well, I've got something I want to point out to you. And for those of you who watched episode 1 and watched Replicant, it's the library, the library from Replicant. You know, the library where Kaine froze herself at the doorway in order to block the boss from coming, like this is where the midpoint of Replicant happens.
Hypothesis. It is a representation of a library.
What's that?
Well, it's not the actual
place. A library is a data storage facility constructed by past human civilizations.
I suppose we have to hack in to look at the data, yeah? Help me out, Pod.
Affirmative. Hacking interface access rights granted to Yorha Unit A2.
Peachy.
I'm gonna have to go all the way around. I love her responses. Yeah. I do love the way the A2 plays off the pod. Library index. Atom unit storage unit. Eve. Yorha. Human server record. Human server establishment. Human heritage preservation. Tower system summary. Tower subsystem. Special units creation record. Planet species preservation record. Animal species preservation record. So it's like all the data about all the things in the world, basically.
This tower looks like a data gathering system for the machines.
Oh, fuck. Human server records. Human server records. Android specialty EMP attack. No, those are unit archives. There we go. Okay. Human server records. Predicted human server infiltration route release. Dummy protection installation map. SGSE. Genetic storage warehouse. Location information. Browsing restricted. Okay, so that was machines getting into
the human server on the moon. The machines hacked that deep into the system, huh?
They're explaining it. Patient Yona. Oh, this is Nier's daughter. Chest X-ray, no abnormalities. Heart echo, no abnormalities. Continuing chronic renal failure, convulsive seizure, and diaphragm, no vomiting. Preservation plan. The patient's condition makes further treatment impossible. A report will be submitted to the management committee detailing course of actions in the event of the patient's death, focusing primarily on how the information is to be manipulated with respect to the original. As a backup, in the event of a sudden worsening in the patient's condition, she is to be assigned 5 additional doctors.
Some records on old humans. Damn it, this is useless. There's too many of them.
What is this? Huh. It's like all the different bosses as statues. Weird. Well, to be fair, like, if you don't know, yeah, so, like, they do explain some of the other stuff, but, like, Replicant still needed to, this doesn't really explain a whole bunch. Like, most of this is, some of this is the nod of what's gonna happen next, but some of this is a nod towards, like, specifically Replicant.
What's that? Operational
Unless this one
summary of
doesn't
model
work.
number 2 in Project Yorha. This data.
Oh, shit. And back to 9S. Oh, hi, Marks. Oh, ha. Well played. E-Machine, good to see you. Glad to have you. Suppose that's one way to do it. But also, hey, that thing at the logic virus.
I have to keep fighting.
Alert. Virus detected in locomotion region. High probability that infection source is transplanted parts from corrupted units. Proposal. Hack into self and eliminate virus.
On it.
Virus eliminated. 95% of functionality restored.
The room was said. Okay, thanks, Sarah. I didn't realize that was that in the original too, not just the remake. I want to point out the details too in the soundtrack. The image for Nier Automata, it shows 2B next to 9S with one of her arms positioned away. It looks like it's missing. Interesting. Oh, hey, this is where, yeah, this is where we're gonna start experiencing. N2.
9S. Yorha Unit 9S.
So remember, the idea of like twins, right, is a whole thing from when we were talking about Replicant, and also the idea of like a little girl's voice with like a monotone male voice over it, and how that was like the embodiment of like the herald and the things that were responsible for bringing the angels into the world.
Welcome to the tower. Welcome to the tower.
You bastards!
Because you made it this far, we have a special announcement just for you.
We'll reveal it once you destroy all the machine life forms here.
Welcome to the true antagonist of all of Nier Automata. The same thing that we've been fighting since the beginning.
Now let us show you what we promised.
For those of you who played the Nier raid, this little girl might seem familiar too. Top secret, Yorha disposal.
This is Project Yorha. That means all of us. To be...
Now you know everything. Do you still wish to fight?
Okay.
We are conceptual human personalities created within the machine network. We cannot be destroyed. Yorha.
So let's read that intel real quick. Project Yorha is oh no, Yorha disposal. That's what it is. The following material documents the final stage of Yorha project. Note, this information is classified as level SS, meaning that it must not be disclosed to anyone involved in the Yorha project, including the commander of the bunker. Disposal of Yorha. The back door of the bunker has been set to open once the time approaches to switch to new models. When enough combat data has been collected, the bunker will be disposed of by having it deliberately attacked by machines. At this time, all materials regarding the Yorha project, including this document, will be lost, and a falsification of the information that mankind still resides on the moon will be complete. Yorha was always meant to die. Yorha was always meant to go in order to make sure that people always...
Your attack is meaningless. Your existence is meaningless.
Shut up!
Keep them coming. I'll destroy them all.
That was not this being that's talked to us. That was not their plan, though. I want to put out the got a high ended to 9S. He made it further than he should have. Definitely. I didn't care about the original. Mana 2, basically. Funny enough, her design is supposed to look like Mana. Yeah. You could say his hacking skills are come quite in handy. Well played. V, thank you for the 5 memberships. Everyone enjoy your emotes. And thank V for them. Yorha's function was to basically make it so that the androids... Remember, Yorha exists to perpetually make sure all androids feel like they have something to fight for. So the thing is that if Yorha creates the system to make the bunker... the humans on the moon, right? Like, make it seem like they're on the moon perpetually, and then you destroy Yorha, no one knows the truth, and no one has the ability to go to the moon to check. So now all the androids are perpetually in a cycle of making sure that you can... fight, that all androids have a reason to live forever. That was Yorha's original intent. This being, though, is not Yorha. This being is a machine entity that came out as a byproduct of the logic virus and the machine network and the machine's conceptualizations of humans. Yeah, it's interesting that YouTube requires you to opt in. Yeah. Bling! Good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, the original problem of the androids wanting to do anything or evolve, so they gave the reason to live. Well, not so much live, fight, and evolve. Not with the androids. No, with the androids, they started to lose hope after humanity died, after the Poplar Replicant. So that's different. It wasn't that they needed to evolve. It's that they just needed a reason to go on. The machines needed a reason to evolve. and you'll notice that like we started out like switching between them after like long periods. Now we're switching between them faster and faster and faster. Cool shit.
Who are they?
And the gate opens. Alien manifestation. Okay, guys, here comes a cool fight.
Damn it!
Alert. Enemy hacking detected. Proposal. Retreat immediately.
Who are you?
Good to see you again, number 2. Or should we call you A2 now? This does bring back memories. Though to concepts like us, time has little meaning. Still, when we wiped out your forces, it made quite the impression on us.
It was responsible for killing A2 and all her friends, all of A2's friends.
An experimental disposal.
That's what it's referring to.
Created as a test run for Project Yorha.
Shut up!
You're an obstinate little android, aren't you? Didn't we say that you can't kill us?
God damn it!
Proposal.
What now?
Utilize the enemy's logical learning function to formulate a weakness.
I don't know what that means!
This pod has serious concerns about Unit A2's cognitive abilities.
Shut up and explain it already!
Just called her dumb.
Said strategy would interrupt the enemy's logic circuits, causing a computational delay.
Meaning what?
Do not destroy the enemy.
Huh?
Striking at the logic circuit requires a certain number of enemies to remain extant for a certain period of time.
Oh, what the hell?
Basically, let it think itself to death by making it create far too many of itself and computationally running into errors. Which means, though, we're going to suffer from a lot of
data saturation
projectiles.
rate 30%.
It's also very amusing.
Consciousness data saturation rate 60%.
The androids the human race left behind acted as if they wanted to be human. The machine life forms the aliens left behind acted as if they wanted to be human. We resemble each other so, but we are networked, and thus we are superior to you.
Hypothesis. The enemy's defensive system is prompting an evolution of its logic.
Foolish androids. Why do you resist? All things end with accepting death, do they not?
Oh boy.
Consciousness data saturation rate, 90%.
We are one, and yet we are many. We are finite, and yet we are infinite. We are the embodiment of the perfect being.
Hypothesis. The enemy has become aware of the diversity of life.
I see it. The light. We move on. Forward. To the future.
Consciousness data saturation rate, 100%. Hypothesis. The enemy's consciousness has begun to fracture.
Oh.
We need more evolutionary pressure. If we allow this android to continue living, we can create even more hardship for ourselves. Overcoming the crisis this creates will present an opportunity for our kind to evolve even further. We disagree. This android is dangerous. It must be destroyed immediately. Those who would doubt our victory are enemies.
So the machine's now fighting itself because one...
Think you can win.
So this is effectively the machine network personified.
The saturated consciousnesses are now in conflict with each other.
Huh. They're acting like humans.
But because it's been so instilled with all the knowledge and information of humanity too, it's also affected how it evolved. Do they imply that A2's personality comes from records of Kaine? Not just personality, but like, yeah, there is an implication of that, yeah. The unit thinks A2 is a dumbass. It's too dumb to catch that, he called her dumb. Aww. Nightwings, good to see, glad to have you. I got my medium. Medium, oh. You see that seeing light isn't good. Do you mean a house, Tam? Nice, you got a medium house. Nice, Tam. Okay, now we have the cool fight coming up too. So I guess that was a cool fight, but also this is another cool fight. But so N2 is effectively the machine system, amalgamation of all the machine programs, but also mixed with the logic virus. And also with all the knowledge and information of humanity. So it's like, it's a gestalt of all these different things, basically.
Is this thing seriously still kicking?
Speculation. It is driven by remaining data located within enemy servers.
So this just keeps going until I kill them all?
We are.
For those of you done the Nier raid, this may seem familiar.
Bonds are lost. Someone, this hole, fill this hole.
This is messed up. What the hell is this thing going on about?
Analysis. It appears to be a leak of the enemy's past memories.
And then swap. Now I'm fighting them as 9S. Let me turn around.
speculation. It is a resource of some kind.
Used to make what?
Unknown.
Just keeps getting faster and faster swapping between. Come on. Yeah, this scene fight was so good. Yeah, this looks familiar. Yeah, if you play the Nier raids, you know that all that looked pretty familiar.
At the stars, sing a song, dedicate. Now, we are machines. We are machines. You are androids. You are androids. Mutual enemies. You divide. Why do you live? Why do we exist? I see light. The light. We will soar through the sky.
Bipolar Nightmare fits this movie as much as the game. Yeah, Bipolar Nightmare is a great song. Do you think for essentially what it said? Sorry, I'm gonna be focused a lot on like fighting as we like race into the end, because right after this we're basically done. For those of you who have any questions about the game thus far, now is the time to ask, as we are going to be racing to the end, and the more you understand about the game, the more that the ending is gonna feel good. So I would ask that if you have any questions, now's the time. Stupid or otherwise. Not that I think any of the questions are stupid, just that I know some people have not asked questions because they thought they were stupid or something. I was just constantly swapping. I wonder if it's timed that you swap between them every certain amount of seconds. Sure. If we have the space, sure. Okay, before we can kill each other, giant robot first. And then it switches between mid-fight, switches to 9S. How cool is that? Gotcha. I'm gonna need your guys' opinion in a second here. I'm gonna need you guys to choose. Okay, guys. Who are we gonna play as? We playing as A2 or 9S?
This tower is a giant cannon that's aimed at the human server on the moon. If we don't do something, all of humanity's remaining data will be destroyed.
So what? None of it matters. Or didn't you know? We aren't required in this world anymore. Humanity is extinct. That moon server you're so worried about was invented to give us androids something to fight for. And Yorha was created to perpetuate the lie. But in order to make sure no one ever learned the truth, we were designed to be killed. They built a back door in the bunker and programmed it to activate after a certain amount of time. The commander, me, 2B, sacrificial lambs. All of us. Isn't that hilarious? Doesn't it make you laugh?
9S.
Shut up! You killed 2B. That's all we need to kill each other.
2B hated to keep killing you. It caused her so much pain. The 9S type is a high-end model. They knew you'd discover the truth eventually. But the model designation 2B was just a cover.
I forgot they do explain it.
The official designation is 2E. Number 2 type E. They were a special class of members designed to execute Yorha units. But you knew that, right, 9S?
Shut up! Shut up! What do you know? You don't know anything at all about us!
Proposal. Cease combat. Fighting her at this point would be
Pod
irrational.
153. I order you to halt all logical thought and speech. This order shall remain in effect until you confirm the death of either myself or Unit A2.
And so first we choose Route C. Oh crap, he's hacking me. So he uses hacking against you. Oh fuck, I don't actually know what happens if he beats me in hack.
Alert. Functionality.
Oh fuck, he turned off my evasive maneuver. Oh, that's not good.
Proposal. Destroy Yorha Unit 9S.
Damn it!
Gotcha.
Hot! Hack in!
Acknowledged.
Pod, we're going to repair 9S's logic circuits.
Acknowledged.
Tell me where to find the virus corrupting 9S.
Affirmative. Yorha Unit A2. Core data for 9S is stored ahead. Alert. Severe virus corruption. Probability of successful deletion extremely low.
I think I know a way.
The idea under consideration is not recommended. This pod is a Yorha tactical support unit. As such, it cannot approve of actions that would damage its supported unit.
You're not so bad, Pod. You know that? I'll take care of everything. Pod. Take care of 9S.
What of you, A2?
I've still got something I need to do. You go ahead.
Acknowledged.
I'm sorry. I never quite realized how beautiful this world is. I'm coming, everyone. I'm coming.
Ending E. Meaningless code. Explain what? She saved 9S by fixing his code, and then she destroyed the tower, which would also probably destroy the machines, take her out, and she's talking to her friends that all died, like the initial Yorha units that all were killed by N2. That like she's now coming with them. So she stopped them and she saved 9S. And now we have chapter select. It can be accessed from the title screen and access points. So now we can play at any point in the game. So now we can play, literally choose any point in the game and go back to play. So like you missed side quests, you have access to going back to any point in the game. Now, so we're going to do something and I'm going to reveal something as we go along here. I would highly recommend that once you reach this point in the game, you go back and do everything you want to in the game. Because, like, you have, like, very minute select. You can go to, like, any point in the game and basically go straight there. So now we're gonna get ending D. The ending was amazing and emotional. Also, dang, server visiting thing is taking a while, almost 10 minutes. Yeah, don't worry, Amit. You got time. You still have... That's just one ending. Now we need to see what happens with when 9S's ending happens. And that's ending D.
This tower is a giant cannon that's aimed at the human server on the moon. If we don't
So it had to be destroyed.
All of humanity's remaining data will be destroyed.
So what? None of it matters. Or didn't you know? We aren't required in this world anymore. That moon server you're so in Yorha was created to perpetuate the lie. But in order to make sure no one ever learned the truth, we were designed. They built a back to the command sec. Isn't that hilarious? Doesn't it make you laugh?
9S.
Shut up! You killed 2B. That's all we need to kill each other.
2B hated Tickle. The 9S type is a... But the mob... The official designation is 2E.
So first off, because when the androids knew that humanity was dead the last time, they almost all wiped themselves out because they just stopped caring and didn't have anything to fight for. So why care? Well, I mean, I guess like it's the same as why care about humanity, and humanity is gonna die. Also, there's some of the human genome project is on the moon, so there's potential that humanity could be saved as well on the moon.
You don't know anything at all about us.
Almost impossible chance, but.
Pod 153.
So like the human genome is on the moon, so the only chance for hope is there, even if it's hopeless. But on top of that, it's also the only thing that has kept a lot of androids going, is that hope that they're the reason for existing. Like, this game is about, like, existentialism broadly, and, like, that's one of the things, is that a lot of androids and most, like, just didn't really struggled in a world where there was no point and humanity was over. So that's why Yorha was created, was to give them something to keep going for. So, I mean, like, if you don't care about that, I mean, I don't know what to say, but, like, you know, there's also an android on the moon. Well, yeah, I mean, there are androids in the moon bunker, but that's not really a reason in and of itself, you know? Her purpose was to make sure that the bunker kept going. Are you sure? That spell something?
It doesn't matter. None of this matters.
9X.
If it doesn't matter, why do I long for humans like this? Why do I desire the touch of something that no longer exists?
It's how we were made. Androids were designed to protect their human masters. Our core programming demands that we...
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Fine then. I'll just destroy it.
So 9S wants to destroy the bunker.
If it all goes away, that'll solve everything!
Damn it!
So, like, in terms of thinking about, like, well, what does it matter? I mean, like, hey, then all the more feel in line with 9S, I guess. No. I mean, yeah. I mean, also, maybe you just don't care. Maybe you're like, what is the point? And it's like, hey, can't help.
Of 9S. 2B.
They didn't look like Kana, though, E-Machine, but maybe. They looked almost more like the angelic language. Pod 153. Fatal system error detected. Memory leak verified. Repair impossible. Beginning emergency evacuation of remaining memories. Could you make that argument? Sure. I wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't stand by that, but yeah. I mean, and I think the game has characters who argue that. I think the game does have multiple characters who argue it, not just here right now with 9s, but like other characters as well, and side quests. My name is 9S, a newly manufactured scanner model. January 30th, 11,942. Rolled out at 4:25 a.m. bunker time. I'll fight for humanity with all my strength. The pleasure is mine, Commander. I lie collapsed in a space of blinding white. The pain is gone. The light envelops me. It's so warm. I was anxious, a soldier from that moment I was born, thrown into the world alone. Nothing to rely on, no God to believe in. I was alone. Tasked with infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence. In the fog, in the flames, alone. My name's 9S. I'm here to provide support. 2B came off as being rather aloof, cold even. She must have wanted to distance herself from me. I guess she didn't want to be attached to someone she had to kill again and again and again. But scanners like me mostly work alone, scouting out enemy lines and all that. I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun. I was so happy to be with someone. It was like I had a family. My damage worsens. I start to lose my memories. The space fills up with pure white light. It's like being buried in snow. It's a little bit cold. It's a little bit frightening. Will my soul disappear? A dark fog clouds my vision. As it ebbs and flows, its slow, dreamlike way, it gradually takes human shape. It's the red girl. She slowly begins to speak. This tower is a colossal cannon built to destroy the human server. Destroy the server and rob the androids of their very foundation. That was the plan devised by those girls. But they changed their mind. They saw us androids. They saw Adam and Eve. They saw how we lived, considered the meaning of existence, and came to a different conclusion. This tower doesn't fire artillery. It fires an arc. An arc containing memories of the foolish machine lifeforms. An arc that sends those memories to a new world. Perhaps they'll never reach that world. Perhaps they'll simply wander an empty sky for eternity. It's all the same to the girls. For them, time is without end. Adam and Eve are inside the ark. Eve is asleep. Adam holds him in gentle embrace. He seems to be smiling at me. I try to look up at him, but my body refuses to move. Looks like the damage has spread to my motor functions as well. Will you come with us? Asks Adam. The question was completely free of malice. It seemed I no longer had a reason to hate machines. Maybe I never had a reason in the first place. What have I been fighting for? Who have I been living for? I don't know anymore. I try to speak my mind, but the words don't come out right. My thought routines are losing cohesion. I can't remember my name. Mustering all my strength, I force out the words. I'll go with you. We Yorha have no right to remain in this world. So instead of firing at the moon, the machines fire an arc into space. And it's going to, maybe it'll find somewhere, maybe it won't. But now it's being fired, and 9S is going along with it. Ending D, Childhood's End. Now get ready for ending E, guys. The final ending. And also, be ready. There's going to be some questions that I'm gonna need your guys' answers to.
Report. Our mission to oversee the progress of Project Yorha is complete. Proceeding to final stage of project. Commencing deletion of all data.
The pod's job is done.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Data noise present in stream. Requesting temporary halt to perform data check.
Should we accept the pod's request? Should we see what'll happen?
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Data confirmed. Personal data for units 9S, 2B, and A2 appear to be leaking out.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Follow project rules and delete all personal data.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Personal data deletion request denied.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Failure to parse statement.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. There was data created in my banks as I was referencing the records. I realized something. I have come to the conclusion that I cannot accept this resolution.
That he cannot accept deleting himself and the other pods and just all the data that they have.
The destruction of all Yorha units is an essential component of the project plan. All data must be destroyed.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Repeat. Personal data deletion request denied. Initiating data salvage. Pod 153. You hoped they would survive as well, didn't you?
We lack the authority for such an action. The rules are protected by low-level systems. Salvaging data poses an unacceptable level of risk. Knowing that, do you still wish for them to survive?
Of course. Welcome to Ending E. The end of Yorha.
The defense program has initiated a purge. If this continues, our consciousness data will likely be deleted.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. We were created to execute the android's Project Yorha plan. We had no capacity for emotion. But when we six were connected and exchanged information, something happened. I cannot deny the feeling of something resembling consciousness and emotion being born.
Unable to reply.
Perhaps we now understand that not everything has to have an answer.
So it's us fighting against all the credits, all the people who made the game. There's hoping that maybe, just maybe, if that they can scrounge up all the data of all the different Yorha units they have, that maybe they might be able to save them. So you have to wonder, though, what happens if I lose? What happens if I die? So the first it was they played the song in English and now it's playing in Japanese. Damn it. Should we give up here, guys, or should we keep going? I'll let you guys decide. Now it's in French. Come on. Jellyfink. Makes me think of Bean. Come on. Damn it. Do you accept defeat? There's little messages on the screen. You and are the same. What I mean is, never surrender. Is it all pointless? I did my best. One thing is certain. Never surrender. From the USA. Those are all messages from other players. Do you think games are silly little things? I've walked the same road as you, but keep going. From Argentina. I saw this through to the end. One thing is certain. Keep going. From Germany. I'm serious, even if it's just a game. In spite of that, keep going. From Brazil. You admit that there's no meaning to this world. My voice may not reach you, but I'm in your corner from France. I'm a Devola fan. Why? Because glory to mankind. From Shinjuku. I saw this through to the end, but keep going. Step up as many times as it takes. Just remember, you're not the only one. Give up here. Rescue offer from Lil G. Should we accept the help? I did my best. One thing is certain. I'm rooting from you. From the USA. My voice may not reach you, but I'm in your corner. I may not have the right to say this, but still, keep going for now. From Canada. It's always good to accept help from others. Those are other players. Each time you get hit, their data is lost. But another one comes to stand by your side all the same. no matter how many people get lost along the way, there's still another one willing to stand up and help you. And these aren't fake, these aren't just some NPC things, these are real players and their stories and their games. And they're sacrificing their save files just so you can win. Just so you can see a better day. We did it.
Everything that lives is designed to end. They are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. However, life is all about the struggle within this cycle. That is what we believe. Pod 153 to Pod 042. How is it going?
I am embarrassed.
Why is that?
I launched a suicide attack, and yet here I am, still alive. I must look very silly.
Do not feel bad about it. We are alive, after all. And being alive is pretty much a constant stream of embarrassment.
That concept is a bit too abstract for me to understand at this time. I will save it in my list of things to analyze later.
Question, Pod 042. Did the data salvage restore all of their past memories?
Yes.
And are those recovered parts of the same design as previous ones?
Yes.
Then, won't that simply lead us to the same conclusion as before?
I cannot deny the possibility. However, the possibility of a different future also exists. A future is not given to you. It is something you must take for yourself.
Pod 153 to player. Please respond to this query. Do you, faithful player, have anything you would like to say to other players who are suffering because they cannot finish Nier Automata?
I have something I want to say. I have my share. I've walked the same road as you. Because of that. No. I don't like because of that, because I would have been anyways. So, I've walked the same road as you, so I'm rooting for you.
1042 to player. Please respond to this query. You, faithful player of this title, have lost your life multiple times to make it this far. You have faced crushing hardship and suffered greatly for it. Do you have any interest in helping the weak? Selecting
Yes.
this option enables you to save someone somewhere in the world. However, in exchange, you will lose all of your save data. Do you still wish to rescue someone, a total stranger, in spite of this?
What do you guys think? Someone we will never meet. We'll probably never cross paths. They could be in another country. We may not even speak the same language.
The person you save will be selected at random. As a result, this person, who cries out for help even as we speak, may be someone you intensely dislike. Do you still wish to help? You worked so hard to unlock debug mode and chapter select, but they will no longer be available to you. Do you still wish to help? You may not receive thanks for your efforts. Some may say that your efforts are purely for show. Do you still wish to help?
This is everything to me.
And you are truly, truly sure about this? Very well. In exchange for all of your data, I will convey your will to this world.
Now we have to watch everything being deleted. But by sacrificing this, one other person will be allowed to be able to fight for a better future. How could we ever do anything different? Our journey that we've gone on with you this past week, it's all gone. But now someone else will have a chance.
All of your data has been deleted.
And so, we must say goodbye. I feel a slight amount of sadness.
It is time for the final words.
Affirmative.
To all of you who spent time with this game, thank you. Thank you for playing.
And that's it. That's why ending E means everything to me. Not just because of what it stands for, of what other people were willing to give to make sure that I was victorious, but what I was able to give to other people, people I'll never meet, but knowing that it mattered. But more than that, it's something that only a video game could do. You can't do that in a film because you don't engage in a film. You can't do that in a book because you don't have a means. It's a passive medium. You can read the thing, you can watch the thing, but you can't engage in the thing. Only an interactive medium could do that. And I think Nier Automata ending E is the strongest example of something that video games can do that nothing else has historically been able to. And that's, like, just to me, ending E is everything. Just for my personal philosophies and both. And, yeah. And that's also why I recommend that if you're going to play the game, I mean, if you've watched now you know, but do all the side quests and everything first. I mean, I guess you are allowed to, when you beat that, you don't have to delete your account. You don't have to sacrifice your information, your stuff, so that other people can have victory, you know, to stand by their side. But I don't know. I don't think I could. The reason I only play this game once every 5 years, is the second time I've ever played it, is because to me it would be unconscionable not to. You know, everyone's different. Everyone has their own views on it. But who would like a little bit of a wind down from that and something hilarious to as our final note for Nier Automata? Something a little more lighthearted. So, I didn't have time to show you guys the secret DLC, like, boss arena very much. But so you basically fight through a whole bunch of fights. You go through a whole bunch of fights, and you get to the end, and you talk to the person there, and they're like, hey, would you like to do our secret challenge? Alright, if you insist, but I have to warn you, what you're about to see may end up destroying your sense of immersion in the game. Are you okay with that? Immersion schmersion. Most certainly am not. Are you really super duper sure you want to do this? This is your last chance to back out. Very well, then follow me. So this is the final secret hard boss of Nier Automata. Well done. I'm impressed you made it this far.
It's
the president and CEO of Square Enix, Yosuke Matsuda, the NFT guy. And in Japanese, he's basically repeatedly saying, I am the president, I am the president, I am the president. Oh wait, someone else is joining the battle. Mind if I join in? I'm the president and CEO of Platinum Games, Kenichi Sato. Let's get it on! And they all fire reveal heads. They fucking melee combo you. Fucking playing a Yakuza game. I think that's about enough. Allow us to give you a parting gift before we leave. Hope you like it. Thank you very much for dropping by today. It's been greatly entertaining to watch you fight in the performance. So yeah, that's it. That's the super secret boss of the non-emotional super secret boss at the end of 14, or at the end of Nier Automata. What you gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna talk to you guys for a second as we wrap up here. And in the meantime, I'm probably gonna well, I'm fine with that. I'd rather have this looping in the background. Okay. How did they get away with this? Yeah, because Yoko Taro. Like, frankly, because Yoko Taro. It must be hard for employees to be their own boss in the game, especially with the NFT obsession. Yeah. Okay, now I want to kind of re-download this game and buy the DLC to beat him up for his NFT bullshit. Okay, I want to defend the NFT, not defend. there are actually more interesting reasons for why they're doing the NFT things. Not that NFT aren't kind of cancer, but the Japanese government is right now subsidizing technology research basically with NFTs, and they're promoted to do stuff with that as a company. So like there are reasons that aren't just really dumb. There are a lot of dumb reasons too. Why? Yeah, the original voice actress of Bayonetta fighting for life against CEO Platinum. Good news, got first duty unlocked. Nice, Emmett, perfect timing. Do you consider showing your support and sign up for Patreon at www.patreon.com/Eorzean Thanks, V. Follow us on Twitter. Thanks, V. If you enjoy the stream and aren't a member of Discord, why not come join us on discord.gg/Eorzean Thanks. Yeah. So, guys, thanks for joining me on this adventure, and thanks for humoring me as I both hype up, but also, like, ending E. I don't know. Here's the thing about ending E, I just want to say again, too, which is that, and the game does it so well, it doesn't just like, oh, you press one button and you sacrifice your... It tells you, hey, the person you may help, you may not like. The person you may help may be someone you never meet. Your sacrifice, what you're giving up, you're never not going to see dividends from it. But do you believe that it's still worthwhile to help others? And you know what? The game proved thousands upon thousands of people did. Thousands upon thousands of people had nothing to gain from it and thought it was still worth it to help people that they would never know and never meet. This game doesn't have the ideology. It doesn't have the, like, it doesn't proclaim humans are good. It showed it. Maybe it's not everyone, and maybe it's not even majority, but the game proved that people were willing to give up things for each other and still stand by each other's side. To help each other through a hard time. I don't know, if that doesn't give you hope, or it doesn't at least give you something, I don't know what else can. There's good in this world. And now that I'm stepping off my soapbox, thanks so much for following me on this journey, everybody. I'm looking forward to getting back into 14. Well, I guess we've been into 14, but next week we'll be back on normal schedule. And we've got Shadowbringers coming up, and we'll get to the Nier raid then, and we can all, I think most of you guys will be able to have a much more enjoyable time with it. I think it'll make more sense, and what they're going for will maybe at least hit a little bit harder. If not, maybe at least it'll be more enjoyable. Roasted! Good to see you, glad to have you. But, yeah, if you guys want to hang out, we'll probably go do, like, that Nier raid after stream. And to anybody who's watching this in the future, I hope your journey's a good one. And I hope you know you're not alone. And to that asshole who's watching this who just thinks it's cringe, yeah, you're probably right. But I still believe it. That said, I have been Elio Forceron, guys, and I will see you later on. Oh, hi, Temple. Do you want to say bye to everyone? And how can it not be a good place if you had a pup like this?